Chapter 285. Su Lu rested his elbows on his knees. He lowered his head and squinted his eyes as he made the call. Bai Yulan looked at his serious expression from the side, then at the plum blossom-shaped cigarette, but on the ground. She thought about the details she had noticed in the past, and her delicate eyes narrowed. She knew that he was currently in a very rare emotional state. Was that Madame Zhong, the young, beautiful, and generous lady from the West Woods? Bai Yulan sighed. Little Boss was indeed full of surprises. How did this unassuming young man know so many important people in the Federation? The phone call was a little long. After Su Lu softly explained his intentions, he spent most of the time listening and replying to the other party. In the past, no matter what kind of hardships he faced during this period of time, he would occasionally miss that cute little girl with black hair like a watermelon skin. He had never thought of calling this number because some people in the Sillin military, such as that Colonel Lake, had once participated in his real history, seen his face, and interacted too much with the people in the Sillin military. There was no telling when the other party would discover his identity as a federal fugitive. However, today, Butler Jean had already taken out the document envelope. He had nothing to lose and naturally had nothing to fear. When he dialed this number, he couldn't even be sure if the person on the other end of the line still remembered him from 2 years ago. Did she still remember those small things? He knew that he had only taken care of little Watermelon on the spaceship for a few days. He didn't owe her anything. Now, he wanted her to do him such a big favor. This was beyond the concept of a desperate case. It seemed particularly wishful thinking, but he could only fantasize about it now. The call continued. A smile gradually reappeared on Su Li's face. He didn't tell the person on the other end the whole truth, but this smile proved that the result of the call was quite satisfactory. Dreams could be reflected in reality. It turned out that a gamble of asking for help could actually get a wonderful response. After hanging up the phone, Su Lu was still sitting on the bench with a calm smile on his face. However, there was a slight change in the meaning of the smile. It changed from a pleasant surprise to a gradually calming heart. The group of people who looked extremely pitiful at Charter Square had circled back. They stepped on the snow that was no longer loose. There was no rustling sound, only the patter of snow. Against the gradually approaching night, it was lonely and silent. The middle-aged man smiled at Su Lu, who was sitting on the bench, and didn't say anything. Su Lu also smiled and looked at the photos in their hands. In the photos, there were children with their eyes closed. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the young faces of the children with their faces ashen. There was no need to give too much in life. There was no need to think too much. Just do it. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he thought. Although what he planned to do next seemed a little exaggerated and absurd, and it didn't seem like a decision that a normal person would make, he always thought that there were many exaggerated and absurd things in history. It was just that those things always went down the dirty path. He wanted to go down the opposite path. A person who lived for 70 years had to do something they wanted to do. Coincidentally, Su Lu thought that he had more contact with things than the average person and knew more inside stories, so he had the opportunity to do it. He thought about it a few times on the bench behind the snow. Perhaps he didn't even think about it at all. He made a decision, but this decision had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaoming. It wasn't a personal vendetta, but it wasn't righteous either. It was probably just to seek his own inner pleasure and selfish moral satisfaction. I finally understand now. With my personality, no matter how I escape in this universe, I will always be discovered, because I have no way of hiding like that uncle of mine. Su Lu stared blankly at the square behind the snow in the night and said, "Because when I see unfair things, I get angry and want to do something. But this universe is full of unfairness. No matter where I go, it's the same. So I will probably continue to be angry. These words revealed a truth. Even if Lady Tai didn't find out his true identity with his personality, he would probably be angry at some point and not care that he was wanted by the Federation. This was what it meant when he said that one's personality determined one's fate. Bai Yulan didn't know who the uncle he was talking about was, and she didn't understand what he said. She said softly, "I never knew that you were a literary youth born to be angry." Su Lu stood up and brushed away the remaining snow on the hem of his military uniform. He showed his white teeth, squinted his eyes, and smiled. There is a kind of power that is born to defeat evil. That is me. That's very nauseating. Bai Yulan had a military coat hanging on her elbow, but Su Lu refused to wear it. Su Lu nodded and said with a smile, "I think so too." After saying this, he turned around and walked back to the depths of the lawn behind the square, toward the flowing wind slope club that exuded a luxurious atmosphere in the night sky. Bai Yulan followed behind him, silently gazing at his straight back. She suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling in her heart. Su Lu seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. Without turning his head, he asked in a low voice, "I want to know how powerful the things in the armory of our 7th team are." 3,000 kilometers away from the capital, in the capital of Xixia State, there was an independent villa purchased under the name of the Ancient Clock Company. It was located between the city and the Federation level scenic spot, Xixia Mountain. The location was excellent, and the scenery was beautiful and quiet. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Fatty Tian was sitting on the sofa and carefully trimming his nails. 2 years had passed. This awesome man of the 4th military region of the Federation, the most trusted subordinate of Commander Zhong, was no longer the captain of the Ancient Clock Company. He had also become fatter. His 10 fingers were like 2 steamed buns that were pinched in half. He was chubby and looked very cute. However, only the old men of the federal military and those strong men of the empire who had died in his hands knew how terrifying and dangerous this fatty was. Fatty Tian, who had just passed his 39th birthday, found that the phone call had finally ended. He couldn't help but ask, curiously, "Little sister-in-law, who made the call?" "Not many people know. Your private number." The little sister-in-law he was talking about was naturally Mrs. Zhong, whom Su Lu had contacted. The wife of Commander Zhong of the 4th military region of the Federation was naturally very respected in the Federation. However, the Zhong family was the only one of the 7 major families in the Federation that held actual military power. This made her very different from the other wives of the 7 major families. The woman in her 30s was currently exuding the most mature and beautiful luster in her life. Her eyes were soft and gentle. Occasionally, a glance at her would give people a pleasant feeling of closeness. After hearing Fatty Tian's words, she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she fell into deep thought. She was indeed a little surprised to suddenly receive a call from the little boy today. Although she had agreed to help him, there were still many things that needed to be analyzed after hanging up the phone. The results of the presidential election were coming out soon. However, for Mrs. Zhong, the parliamentary financial audit at the beginning of next year was what she was most concerned about. She had to fight for sufficient resources from the hands of those senators. This was related to the stability of the front line in the West Woods. Therefore, she didn't plan to return to the West Woods to spend the new year. After all, Commander Zhong would be back during the presidential inauguration ceremony. "You know the person who called?" Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. 2 years ago, that little boy accompanied the fireworks on your ship for a long time. I gave him a card, but he didn't call for 2 years. I didn't expect that he would call now." The nail clipper in Fatty Tian's hand paused slightly. The eyes on his round face narrowed slightly. He was still as harmless as before. The coldness in his eyes was well hidden. After a moment, he slowly said, "Sulu?" This name came out of his mouth. It was extraordinarily simple and didn't require much thought. Unlike what Sulu had imagined, whether it was Mrs. Zhong or Captain Tian, neither of them had forgotten this boy they had met by chance. Fatty Tian still remembered Su Li's persistence and stubbornness, as well as a certain rare quality that he displayed. It should be known that the evaluation of 3 youths was given to Su Lu by this fat captain. Madame Zhong would occasionally remember the boy in thin clothes standing in the wind and snow from her daughter's mutterings. However, she had heard less about him in the past year. However, the real reason why Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian had never forgotten him was because of himself. As an important force in the federal military and one of the 7 major families, these people were very clear about all the major events that happened in the Federation and the inside story behind them. The assassination in Linhai State, the core data incident at the Husk Institute, the development of the MX Mecha, the battle on Kaki Peak. The Zhong family of West Woods had been quietly watching from the sidelines. However, that name that had always appeared was hard for them to forget. Su Lu. Who would have thought that a retired soldier from East Woods, who seemed like a very amiable little boy at the time, would actually do so many things in these 2 years? Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. Fatty Tian shook his head and chuckled. "I'm not surprised." Back on the ancient bell, he used those simple tools to reassemble an old-fashioned mecha. At that time, I was sure that this kid was a genius in the field of mecha repair. Then he shrugged, put down the nail clipper, and said, "And this kid is very good at fighting." Mrs. Zhong smiled and said, "He asked me to help him find someone in Bermuda. I've already promised him." Fatty Tian was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Hasn't this little guy always been close to the Tai family? Why did he come to us? Of course, who knows if he wants to find someone in Bermuda? It's more convenient for us Westwoods people, but I still think it's a little strange." "I don't care about that. I think it's good that he's willing to owe us a favor," Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. "Lake has been carrying out a secret mission in Bermuda recently. I just happened to hand it over to him." That was a top secret mission from the Bureau of Proclamation. Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian didn't know the truth of the mission, but that didn't stop them from knowing about the mission. For the soldiers of the 4th Military Region stationed in the West Woods, whether it was the glory of the Charter or the Zhong family, they were the most worthy of respect and obedience. At this time, the road outside the villa suddenly became lively. Following the sound of a heavy car door closing, an anxious female voice sounded. "Mrs. Back." Fatty Tian stood up. He had just stood up when a 7 or 8-year-old little girl screamed and rushed past him. The little girl immediately rushed past Madame Zhong without stopping in the slightest. Her speed was incomparably fast as she ran upstairs. "Hello, Mom." "Hello, Uncle Tian." "It's too late." "Ah, the replay is about to end." In the sound of footsteps on the stairs, the little girl used a clear and tender voice to greet as she ran, but she didn't have the interest to stop and talk. She was wearing a cute white puffy dress that swayed with her hurried footsteps like a rolling cloud. As for the little girl's beautiful black hair, it was still the same as it was 2 years ago. She maintained that extremely neat fringe. As she moved, it flew up and down without a single strand out of place. It was like a beautiful black shell, but it was more like what Su Lu had once described a watermelon rind. The door slammed shut, and the sound of the TV sounded. It was the ending song of the end of the century craze that the Federation TV channel 23 had been replaying from the beginning in the last 6 months. Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian looked at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. Mrs. Zhong frowned and sighed. She said, I'm really worried that this child will enter the rebellious phase ahead of time. Fatty Tian shrugged and shook his shoulders like a big piece of dough, refusing to express any opinion. I don't know if she still remembers that boy called Su Lu. Mrs. Zhong thought of the previous phone call and couldn't help but laugh. At the beginning, there was no lack of clamor to find her big brother, Su Lu. After saying this, the smile on Mrs. Zhong's face gradually disappeared. She said calmly, Su Lu has shown excellent qualities before. I'm willing to help him this time. But what about Lady Tai? Fatty Tian frowned and asked. Mrs. Zhong said calmly, I've always respected Madam, and even faintly feared her. But we all know that Lady Tai has the brightest pair of eyes in the Federation. The Xiao Shu Foundation has unearthed who knows how many outstanding talents, like Big Secretary Shen. This year, the Tai family is obviously cultivating Su Lu. I don't know what happened between Su Lu and Lady Tai, but I welcome this kind of thing. Lady Tai wants to cultivate a young man, and if he can be recruited into the Guzhong Company or the 4th Military Region, that would be the best thing. He was really surprised when he saw the photo and the information. Butler Jean stood respectfully behind Lady Tai. The banquet in the clubhouse had already started, but the vice president hadn't arrived yet. Lady Tai didn't need to go out, and the lively atmosphere in the clubhouse couldn't affect the silence in this room. Lady Tai nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. No matter how calm a person was, once they knew that their biggest secret was in someone else's hands, and that they could become the enemy of the entire Federation at any time, they would have some intense reactions. That was why Madame Tai gave Su Lu some time alone to let him calm down and make the right judgment. Butler Jean paused slightly and said, but at that moment, his pupils didn't shrink. This reaction was much stiffer than expected. After that, he stayed in the Charter Square in a daze. Secretary Bai came, and he also made a few phone calls. As per your instructions, I didn't track the contents of the calls. Lady Tai frowned slightly. She shouldn't have spent so much time and energy on a person like Su Lu. No matter how outstanding Su Lu was, he was just a talent, and the Federation had tens of billions of people. What they didn't lack the least was talents. However, Su Lu was that person's student, and at the same time, he showed unexpected abilities. Lady Tai really felt that it was a very good choice for Tai Ziyuan to have such a supporter in the future. That was why she directly exposed everything today, trying to control, not destroy. There was a knock on the door. Butler Jean walked over and listened for a while, then walked back to Lady Tai and said in a low voice, Su Lu is back. He met Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai in the side hall. There's a conflict. Very good. Lady Tai smiled slightly. Chapter 286. The feast at the Windy Slope Clubhouse was not a wild carnival. After the Federation was stabilized, the cannibals picked up their plates again. However, they still had to pay attention to their manners and table manners. Naturally, they would not praise the taste of the flesh and blood of the common people with blood on their lips. They would only pretend to be deeply concerned about the country and the people and pinch the thickness of their pockets. Therefore, the feast at the clubhouse tonight was not very naked. The only one who was the focus of attention was Su Lu. Walking into the clubhouse, he met Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai in the corridor. These two successors of the 7 major families of the Federation used a calm and mocking tone to celebrate. When they raised their glasses to celebrate, he lowered his head and did not say anything. The other party's meaning was very clear. If he stepped over the threshold, it was equivalent to tying a rein around his neck. He could not run freely in the wilderness, but he could only be driven by others. in the HTD Bureau. Even if ordinary people wanted to raise pets, they had to pay a large fee and go through a very complicated approval process. However, the guests of the Windy Slope Clubhouse all had their own horse ranch in the remote mountains. You are just a dog that Madam uses to bite people. Lin Dohai did not hide the hatred and contempt in his eyes. He lowered his voice in front of Su Lu and said fiercely, "When we need you, we will let you out to bark. When we don't need you, you can only obediently stay in the kennel." Lin Dohai glanced at the medal on his military uniform and said mockingly, "Of course, we will give him a big bone to taste." Su Lu did not pay attention to this young man. Among the descendants of the 7 major families, there was no doubt that Lin Dohai was the worst. He just stared at Li Xiuzhu, who was next to Lin Dohai. This was the first time he met the successor of the Li family. Looking at Li Xiuzhu's handsome face, which could be compared to Shi Qinghai's, Su Lu narrowed his eyes, but his mind drifted to other places. In order to maintain the stability of the Federation, both the government and Lady Tai chose to compromise after Macklin admitted defeat. This was a decision that did not seem to be a big problem. However, behind this compromise were the Li family and the Lin family, who had always supported Macklin, worried about something. As a giant in the financial world of the Federation, would the Li family really be afraid of a strike by the oily workers in the 4 provinces? Could it be that they really didn't have any way to resolve the possible turmoil? This was really a very funny joke. It was just another compromise between the Federation government and the 7 families. This was probably the truth of the matter. Because he found it funny, Su Lu narrowed his eyes and laughed. The wine cup in his hand was already empty. With a shake of his wrist, the wine cup directly smashed into Lin Dohai's face. The glass shattered and blood flowed out, interrupting Lin Dohai's endless resentment and ridicule. "I failed," Su Lu said, and then walked inside. The small conflict in the clubhouse immediately subsided. Under the arrangement of Butler Jean, not many people noticed this scene. In Lady Tai's eyes, a young man with a temperament like Su Li's would probably be so unrestrained only when he was angry and depressed to a certain extent. As for why he was angry and depressed, naturally it was because he made a decision that was contrary to his true thoughts. Therefore, Lady Tai's mood was very calm. Looking at the young man in front of her, she said softly, "Take a break for 2 months first. After Mr. Pabre takes office, there will be many things for you to do." Su Lu nodded and took the document bag. In the bag, there was the award order and many documents that he was unwilling to accept previously. As for the other document bag that contained his biggest secret and Li Wei's safety, naturally no one would give it to him, and he did not want to take it. Once again stepping on the slightly damp and slightly warm Bluestone Road, under the night sky, Su Lu walked between the flowing Wind Slope clubhouse. He thanked a manager for sending him off and looked over at the clubhouse through a few expensive evergreen shrubs. There were more than 10 important guests sitting there. He could see that the embarrassed Lin Dohai was still lowering his head and wiping something. On a small special stage, actors from the Federation's Academy of Arts were carefully putting on a play. Su Lu glanced at it. Relying on his memory from the library of Hushi State University, he recognized that this was a play that had been passed down for thousands of years by the great playwright Schiller. In an instant, he thought of the script that Lady Tai told him in the afternoon. He could not help but narrow his eyes. In order to avenge his family, the male lead fought with the stone giant, and in the end, all the villagers in the village were buried with him. Was this cold-blooded or hot-blooded? Was this the natural justice of revenge, or was it a mental patient who placed his thoughts above his surroundings? Su Lu was only a young man in his 20s. He did not know how to evaluate the male lead. Moreover, he did not have any revenge. so he did not think too much about it. On the stage, the male lead of the play was a prince who had lost his family and country. The prince pulled out his long sword and shouted to the night sky, "Even if I am locked in a fruit shell, I still think that I am the king of infinite space." Su Lu looked at the actor on the stage and repeated this line. Then he left the clubhouse. At this time, snowflakes fell again. Under the illumination of the clubhouse's clear lights, it was especially holy. The capital of the north and the port were all in the winter snow. Further north, Linhai was already experiencing a combination of wind and snow, cold and gloomy. In the southern hemisphere, Heat Wave Island was entering the hottest time of the year. It was also the most popular time. There were more and more beautiful women wearing very little clothes on the beach, and the ice-suppressing monument wine in the bar was getting less and less. In a wooden house on the sea in a remote area behind Heat Wave Island, Shi Qinghai was drinking beer while watching the news on his mobile phone with narrowed eyes. The beautiful girl behind him pressed her body against his back. Her face was full of reluctance and shyness. She asked softly, "Are you really leaving?" In order to explore this lonely sea, Mr. Shi and this girl had stayed on the island for a long time. However, there were still some days before the original deadline, but he had to leave. Shi Qinghai smiled. There was a charming smile in his peach blossom eyes. He said gently, "Good girl." The news on his mobile phone was broadcasting that this morning, relevant scholars jointly nominated Senator Medellin, who had just withdrawn from the presidential election, to compete for the Nebula Peace Prize to be awarded next year. In the eyes of many people, Senator Medellin resolutely decided to withdraw from the election in order to heal the rift in the Federation and quell the demonstrations and school strikes in various regions. In the following days, he spared no effort to express his support for Senator Pabre. This kind of respectable political ethics was completely qualified to win the Nebula Peace Prize. No one could compete with him at all. The girl behind him asked curiously, "Can Senator Medellin really win the Nebula Prize?" Shi Qinghai paused for a second, then smiled and stroked the girl's back. He said softly, "Silly girl, the Nebula Prize has always only been awarded to the people who are still alive." The girl didn't understand. She thought that Senator Medellin was still alive and well. Shi Qinghai didn't explain. He said a few words to her and gave one of the 2 fishing rods he always carried with him to the girl. Then he began to pack his luggage and was ready to leave. The girl didn't want to leave, and even her eyes started to tear up. Shi Qinghai, on the other hand, was very calm and even cold. When a white cloud covered the hot sun in the blue sky, he walked up the wooden stacks in the dark and walked towards the land. He was carrying a long bag made of dense materials in his hand. In the bag, there was a fishing rod that he had used for many days. Only he knew that in the long bag that was nominally carrying a fishing rod, there was actually a big gun that was used to kill people. He left the beautiful Heat Wave Island early, and the girl who made him calm and happy with both passion and shyness was because he was going to use this big gun to kill people. Like Su Lu, Shi Qinghai had never considered whether the fanatical supporters would cause social unrest in the Federation after he killed Senator Medellin. Would it cause any riots? Would it cause more deaths in a chaotic Federation under the threat of the Empire? He would not consider whether it was morally untenable to involve more innocent people for the sake of revenge. Mr. Shi's idea was very simple. He wanted revenge. He wanted to clean up the traitors. Since the rotten government of the Federation had disappointed him again, he had to do it himself. As for the chaos and riots, as long as Senator Medellin was dead, what could the young propaganda team do? So what if it was really chaotic? As an excellent spy trained by the anti-government army, wasn't his mission to cause chaos in the Federation? Walking on the soft beach, he remembered the ideals of the anti-government army more deeply than ever before. Revolution was never about treating people to a meal. In order to seek a new federation, death was always inevitable. Sulu had a dream. It was not a dark dream. The person who talked to him was not the omnipresent and omnipotent great being, but a blurry figure whose face he couldn't see clearly. He could only be sure that it was definitely not Uncle Fongyu. The government's compromise is to protect the long-term interests of the Federation. Don't you think that your decision is very disregarding the overall situation? The long-term interests and the overall situation are just a fig leaf that some people use to seek their own interests. They want the Federation to be stable because they need to suck blood from this stable body. However, this is not stability, it's numbness. The so-called long-term interests are, after all, just their interests, such as the interests of the Li family. Have you ever thought that if you do this, many innocent people may die because of the riots? You also said that it's possible. We can't think in advance about things that haven't happened yet. Besides, I've always thought that if Senator Medellin is dead, there will be no one who can incite the people the most. Maybe the turbulence of last month won't repeat itself. You underestimated the fanatical support of the lower-class people for him. The people can't be deceived forever. In fact, when the evidence appeared, many people began to suspect him. Unfortunately, the process was forcibly stopped by the Federation, because if the investigation continued, many people in the Federation would feel fear. You're comforting yourself. Dreams said hundreds and thousands of people will die, and you're just satisfying your hypocritical sense of morality and realizing your personal goals. In this sense, you will be a terrorist. No, Senator Medellin is the terrorist because hundreds and thousands of people have died. If he doesn't die, I don't know if more people will die. The law has already acquitted him. Senator Medellin was able to escape the trial of the law because he threatened many timid people with social unrest. It's like a bandit taking a kitchen knife, putting it on an old woman's neck, and then asking for money. We can't just ignore him because he always has a kitchen knife in his hand, right? Not all cases will be tried in the end. I insist. What are you insisting on? The ridiculous sense of justice that was taught by books, or the impulse to become the ultimate judge after one's strength swelled? I insist that what's wrong is wrong, and that those who make mistakes have to pay the price. The purpose of killing is not to kill, but to reason. There is one kind of right and wrong on this end of the universe, and there is another kind of right and wrong on the other end. Your right and wrong is not necessarily everyone's right and wrong. But I am me. Of course, I can only insist on my own right and wrong. This is a naive impulse, a childish passion. When you're young, you're not afraid of anything, only passion. When you're old, you have everything, but you don't have any passion. Before you're old, you might be able to spill your passion. The other end of the dream was silent for a long time before it repeated the previous words. You will be a fanatical, dangerous, and terrorist who doesn't see the big picture and doesn't cherish life. Sulu was silent for a long time before he said to the blurry shadow, or perhaps to himself, "So be it. I'm not doing this for some political ideology, not to avenge my family, and not because of the national feud that the heroes in Schiller's play are obsessed with. I'm just insisting on what I think is right. If such a person is a terrorist, then I am a terrorist." After saying this, the blurry shadow in the dream left. Sulu woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and quietly looked in the direction of the glass window. It had been more than 20 days since Macklin withdrew from the presidential election. Just as Lady Tai had arranged, he chose to temporarily rest. Every day, he silently shuttled back and forth between his apartment in Wangdu and the Whitewater Company in the suburbs of the capital. Outside the window of the apartment, there was a creeper vine. It extended from spring to summer, and at its peak, it occupied half of the window. At this time, midwinter had arrived, and the green leaves had turned into a fiery red. Then, one by one, they fell and floated away, making one's heart palpitate. After leaving the apartment, he took a car to the Whitewater Company. After confirming his authorization, he entered Team 7's exclusive armory. The cold underground lights lit up from time to time with the sound of his footsteps. In the deepest part of the armory, Magnolia, wearing protective goggles, was dismantling the gun in her hands. She softly said, "Today, we will learn about the possible problems that may arise when using the common types of bullets in the H-series guns. What we need to practice is the sudden movement route in a narrow space and the coordination of shooting speed." I couldn't help but look at the book review. I wanted to explain a few words. Sulu is obviously not me. The thoughts in his head have nothing to do with me, and I won't comment on them. Well, if there is a need, I can criticize him properly and write with a critical attitude. Because I didn't expect there to be so many arguments, I spent a few more words explaining in today's chapter. Of course, I explained from his standpoint. In fact, to put it bluntly, people's views of right and wrong will never be the same. Sulu at least has an extremely strong point, or rather, a terrifying point, which is that he sticks to his own ideas and puts them into practice. Maybe he is wrong? Who knows? I just don't want him to cause any big problems. This is a fictitious world, so we can make arrangements. Therefore, what we are writing is called a fantasy novel. Of course, it will not be realistic. P.S. Mainly, I want to write about a quality that has been forgotten for a long time. I want to write about a person who is serious. From now on, I will only write about the plot and not explain anymore. Firstly, it is too tiring. A few thousand words is more tiring than a few 10,000 words. Secondly, I realize that the more I say, the more mistakes I make. Damn it, I don't need to pretend anymore. I insist that people like Medellin must pay a sufficient price. Those who deliberately kill innocent people must die. Writing a story, but I can't let the male lead be happy with his revenge. It is too sullen. I even have to spend more words to explain. This is my problem. It shows that I shouldn't read the book review. After all, I am an extremely cowardly person. Chapter 287. There were many kinds of things that could kill people, from as small as a pen or a delicate paper cutter to as big as a landslide or an earthquake. However, there were always some things that belonged to the professional category and were more efficient. Firearms were without a doubt one of the most historical and most familiar types of weapons. The main cannon of a battleship was the most powerful, but this thing was too expensive. In other words, it was extremely expensive, and its quality was also extremely high. Bai Yulan had once seen some amazing people in the military camp carrying Darlin rotary autocannons and firing them in all directions, but she had never seen anyone who dared to even think about using a battleship's main cannon. Darlin autocannons were mainly installed on M-series mechas and helicopters, but there were still some amazing people who could carry them on their shoulders. However, even the strongest human would be as weak as an ant in front of a battleship's main cannon. The Federation had spent many years researching and developing miniature light energy weapons, which also possessed power and convenience that mechanical guns could not compare to. However, after these things were fine-tuned, they became more expensive, more precise, and more fragile. Bai Yulan had always believed that weapons used to kill people on the battlefield would have a high failure rate if they were too precise, making them untrustworthy. Therefore, these past few days, she and Sulu had been researching and learning the most commonly used mechanical guns of the federal military. They mainly practiced with the H-series guns, which were the most common series of guns. This series of guns did not have any outstanding advantages, but it also did not have any fatal flaws. The main reason Bai Yulan had chosen them was because these guns were very reliable, very reliable. The membrane lubrication and the low-lever design were simple and unadorned. They were not flashy in appearance, and they were simple but not minimalistic. Instead, they were somewhat crude and clumsy, which minimized the possibility of accidents occurring with these guns. As an outstanding soldier, Secretary Bai was fully qualified to be Su Li's teacher in shooting training. Although he could dismantle the most complicated 21-26 long sniper rifle into a pile of well-arranged parts within 11 seconds, he did not ask Su Lu to do the same. It was fine as long as he was familiar with the structure of the gun. Even if he set an official record in the Federal Army, he would only be a skilled gunsmith. What Su Lu needed to master the most now was how to use a gun and how to kill with a gun. Su Li's learning progress was very fast, so fast that sometimes Secretary Bai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. More than 10 days had passed, and he watched as Su Lu changed from a beginner who knew nothing about firearms to his current state. When he thought of the painful torture he suffered in the recruit camp when he was 15 years old, he couldn't help but have a faint feeling of vicissitudes of life. He thought to himself that his little boss was the one who was born to be a soldier, but this emotion was well hidden by his gentle and quiet appearance. He looked at the gun in Su Li's hand through his goggles and said, "Relax your wrist a little more." In the armory's underground shooting room, gunshots rang out. The two of them could only talk through their ears. After the gunshots subsided, the screen displayed the results of this round of shooting. Bai Yulan took off his goggles and looked at the bouncing points. He nodded with satisfaction. Su Lu took off his headphones and looked at it seriously. He smiled and didn't say anything. Then he lowered his head and started to assemble the shiny metallic components in front of him. His fingers didn't move quickly, but they were very stable. Every step was done perfectly. After about a minute, he successfully assembled a 40-centimeter long gun. Bai Yulan silently looked at his movements. He suddenly understood why Su Lu could learn so quickly. He had seen many people who were crazy about guns, but those people's attitude towards guns was a little different. They liked to use the word playing with guns to describe their hobby. But Su Lu was different. To Su Lu, guns were tools to kill. To use a gun well, besides overcoming the initial unfamiliarity and the natural fear of weapons that exceeded one's body's ability to withstand, the rest was to understand the various technical parameters of the gun and the feelings that these parameters revealed. Then, one had to understand one's own physical abilities and gradually grasp the rhythm and accuracy of the gun. And the most important quality was calmness. Other than calmness, there was only calmness. Once he came into contact with something professional, Su Lu would work hard and learn humbly. The natural calmness of a mechanic would take over his entire body. He had a pair of eyes that could find loopholes in fine lines. He had the powerful control that Uncle Fong Yu had taught him. In addition, every cell in his body was filled with power. He already had all the prerequisites to use a good gun. In addition to the meticulous training of an outstanding professional soldier like Bai Yulan, his improvement was naturally lightning fast. Seeing Su Lu enter the training room, Secretary Bai put on his headphones again and silently looked at the parameters on the screen. Those parameters represented that Su Lu was currently moving in the difficult small space, avoiding the obstacles of the system, and rapidly firing. Da-da-da-da-da. Bai Yulan frowned as she listened to the sound of bullets being fired. Her finger pressed on the table, tapping lightly with every pull of Su Li's trigger. The Parlo light gun's single-shot mode was turned off. Its firing rate could reach 280 shots per minute. Su Li's control over his firing rate was very good. The crisp gunshots were much weaker in the headphones. The rhythmic sounds were like a lullaby. Bai Yulan knew that Su Lu had already grasped the key points of today's training. She relaxed and gradually closed her eyes. However, she did not fall asleep. Her mind was filled with many other things. What exactly happened in the clubhouse behind Charter Square, she did not know. However, she knew that after that day, Su Li's mentality seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. However, these changes were hidden behind his usual smiling face and normal expression. She could not fathom it. Bai Yulan had always been suspicious of Su Li's true purpose in learning how to use firearms. She had even vaguely guessed something, but she did not dare to believe it. Therefore, she did not allow her guess to continue. However, in any case, as Su Lu became more and more proficient in using firearms and his combat ability became stronger, Bai Yulan's heart grew heavier and heavier. She did not intend to ask anything. This was because Su Lu, this little boss, had given her 20 million. However, as a secretary, she did not seem to be of any use. Whether it was facing danger or testing the new MX Mecha, in the end, it was all Su Lu himself who solved the problems. Bai Yulan wanted to be worthy of the 20 million she had given him, so she did her best to teach Su Lu. She watched Su Lu silently, hoping that her patron would not make a mistake. Time passed day by day in the dreary and stifling training in the Whitewater Company's underground armory. It was the last day of the 67th year of the constitutional era. Most of the people of the Federation were forgetful. At this time, most of their attention had already shifted to the presidential inauguration ceremony that was to be held in January. They had completely forgotten about all the turmoil that had happened not long ago. On this day of the month, the Federation's election committee finally confirmed the victory of Senator Pabre. This was a victory that did not have any real competitors, but the tally of 62% of the votes was enough to justify this new president's victory. In order to welcome the arrival of the new leader of the Federation, according to the usual tradition, as well as the behind-the-scenes board of directors of both public and private media, the Federation's news machine had already been activated. It began to bombard images day and night. From President Pabre's experience in the military to his obtaining a lawyer's license from the Donglin District Miners' Night School to his public interest lawsuit with several well-known large enterprises of the Federation, and last year's grand settlement agreement with the anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain, countless documentaries were broadcast on television. Mr. Pabre, who had been too quiet for the past few months, finally stood at the focal point of tens of billions of eyes in the Federation once again. The strikes in the 4 states around the mountains, from the university town of Linhai State to the student protests in the various districts of the Federation, had long been suppressed under the pressure of the Federation government and the persuasion of Senator Medellin. After Governor Ross and Senator Medellin withdrew from the presidential election, they spared no effort in calling on their supporters to vote for Senator Pabre. However, these supporters seemed to be more interested in the Nebula Prize and Peace Prize that would be awarded next year. On the evening of December 31st, Su Lu returned from the banquet in the compound of the Ministry of National Defense in West Mountain. He didn't have many friends in the special district of the capital, and his name was still filled in as Zhou Liuhua's father. Therefore, it seemed natural for him to go to the Zhou family for dinner on New Year's Eve. However, if Minister Zhou hadn't called him and asked him to go, he definitely wouldn't have gone. During the banquet, Mrs. Zhou still hinted in a low voice that the wedding should be held as soon as possible. After the banquet, Minister Zhou had a conversation with him in the study. Minister Zhou didn't know what had happened in the Lufeng Slope Club, but he could feel something, so he gave him a warning. After leaving the study, Su Lu sat in Zhou Yu's bedroom for a while. The young and beautiful girl didn't say anything to him, but looked at him quietly with a trace of worry. She told him to be careful and not to be too impulsive. After all, they were friends who had lived under the same roof for a long time. So you could see something from Su Li's calmness during this period of time. Although she didn't know what Su Li's ultimate goal was, the string in her heart suddenly trembled. So she said those words. After hearing these words, Su Lu was slightly dazed. Then he shook his head with a smile. He seriously repeated the 10 postures that the uncle had taught him 7 times, then squatted for half an hour in the horse stance. He mobilized the power in his body that he hadn't had a chance to use for a long time. He carefully tasted it until his muscles were sore, and he was sweating profusely. Every pair of muscle fibers was crying out in fatigue. Only then did Su Lu stop and take a cold shower. Wearing a gray-green round-necked short-sleeved shirt, he stood on the balcony of Wangdu condominium. He dried his wet hair while looking at the thousands of lights in the city in front of him. Ever since the power in his body had submerged under his skin and merged with his body, he rarely felt cold. Although it was winter and there was snow everywhere, he was still wearing very little. After taking a deep breath of the cold wind on the balcony, Su Lu felt refreshed. He subconsciously looked at the old vine of the creeper on the window to his left. The green leaves turned red, and the red leaves gradually fell. On the last day of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, there were no more decorations on the old vine. It was bare and clean. At that moment, the phone call he had been waiting for many days finally rang. After listening quietly for a while, a joyful expression appeared on his face. Li Wei, who was far away in Bermuda, had been found by the people of the West Woods Military District and was under protection. This news made Su Lu feel relaxed for the first time in days. He said sincerely, "Mrs. Zhong, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for taking care of Firework all those years ago." Mrs. Zhong laughed on the other end of the phone. Her laughter was very clear. When Lady Tai decided to send Li Wei to the Bermuda Triangle Star region, she only wanted to use this as a condition, so she didn't make things difficult for that guy. However, even the wisest person would make mistakes. She probably never thought that Su Lu would be able to convince the Zhong family of the West Woods to help him rescue Li Wei in the Bermuda Triangle Star region, which was a desolate but abnormally prosperous place. Only the Zhong family had enough power to do such a thing under the Tai family's nose. Firework is talking to her father, so it's not very convenient. If there's a chance in the future, let her talk to you, Mrs. Zhong added. Su Lu was stunned. It took him 2 seconds to understand that Mrs. Zhong was talking about the little girl. However, in his memory, that quiet, well-behaved, and amiable little girl would always be called Little Watermelon and not Firework Zhong. There was a deeper meaning hidden in Mrs. Zhong's words. Su Lu heard some of it, but he didn't care. He smiled and replied, "We'll talk about it when there's a chance. I think the little miss has probably forgotten who I am." Mrs. Zhong smiled and didn't say anything else. Su Lu wished them a happy new year over the phone and expressed his gratitude before hanging up. After the phone call ended, Mrs. Zhong, who was in Xixia State, looked at her husband and daughter by the fireplace not far away with a trace of worry. She thought about the news reported by Colonel Lake and the doubts raised by the colonel about Su Li's name. However, she thought about how the family of 3 hadn't been reunited for a long time. It really wasn't the right time to talk about these problems during the new year. She could only hope that the hooligan called Li Wire, who helped Su Lu find, wouldn't cause too much trouble. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the Wangdu condominium a few thousand kilometers away, Su Lu was thinking about other things after hanging up the phone. Li Wei's safety was guaranteed, but he owed the Zhong family a big favor. Thinking about it carefully, after escaping from Donglin, he already owed Jian Shuer a life. Now, he owed the Zhong family. While answering the phone, Su Lu naturally stopped drying his hair. As the deep, cold night wind blew, the water on his black hair condensed into white ice particles. He brushed them away carelessly with a towel, and they fell like pearls, accompanied by a light, crisp sound. They scattered on the balcony, and then fell toward the balcony. With a burst, fireworks bloomed in the sky. The bright and beautiful light bloomed in the cold night sky. The countdown on the television to welcome the new year had turned into cheers. Just like that, the 68th year of the constitutional era had suddenly arrived. Sulu smiled happily, looking at the beautiful fireworks in the night sky. He naturally thought of the clock tower from a year ago. However, he immediately thought of the concert after the clock tower, and the smile on his face gradually calmed down. When he was reading books in the Hushi State University library, Sulu knew that he couldn't possibly have any interest in philosophy. His gut was indeed as flexible as ordinary people, but the way he thought about problems was always too direct. For example, the self-reflection in the dream would probably never appear again in the future of his life. This man was obviously a rock, but he had to cover himself with a few layers of wet moss to pretend that he had been through a lot. It was really a very inharmonious thing. The only obligation I have the right to undertake is to do what I think is right at any time. Amidst the fireworks in the sky, Su Lu thought of Uncle Feng, used drunken ramblings on the first day of the new year. He sighed softly and placed both hands on the balcony's railing. He looked into the distance, the metallic bracelet on his wrist reflecting the brilliance of the sky, but covering those subtle words. The Federation's calendar had always been based on region S1 of the capital ring. Therefore, even though it was neither summer nor autumn in the 4 mountainous states in the northern hemisphere of Region S2, they could only start celebrating the new year with the center of the Federation. This kind of new year didn't conform to the concept of astronomy. Although many astronomers found it absurd, it had been maintained for so many years that people had long become accustomed to it. The intelligence personnel of the anti-government army had long been accustomed to days without rest. As the most famous intelligence organization in the universe, in the series of dazzling storms in the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, they didn't show the ability they should have. On the contrary, the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain instead became the Federation's upper class to split benefits and compromise with each other. Zhang Xiaoming, who had urgently evacuated from Region S1, was now leading a node intelligence group. Even today, she still believed that she shouldn't have left, although it might have been more dangerous. After she left, the Federation had a reason to stop the hearing and put all the work done in the early stages into a passive state. There was no New Year's atmosphere in the gloomy room. Only the primitive sound of a telegram rang out. It was a bit boring. Just like Magnolia's attitude towards firearms, the leader of the anti-government army intelligence organization also trusted primitive and reliable methods. Although the Bureau of Proclamation was bound by the First Charter and remained neutral in the war between the Federation government and the anti-government army, the electronic surveillance of the Federation Government Investigation Bureau was also a very frightening enemy. Zhang Xiaoming narrowed her eyes and combed through the countless fragments of intelligence sent from Region S1. Then, she picked out the targets that she needed to pay attention to and did a basic decryption. Then, she encrypted it again and sent it through a secret channel to the higher-ups intelligence relay station. On the first day of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, the Central Committee of the Anti-Government Army was about to replace member Medellin. At the same time, he was in charge of intelligence work and also suffered unprecedented criticism and pressure. A total of more than 300 intelligence personnel were currently trying to contact the spy hidden in Region S1. They needed a very important piece of information, at the place where all the intelligence gathered. In a tent in the mountains, the leader of the anti-government army intelligence had a heavy and tired expression. He ordered his subordinates, "Let the deepest fish move as well and get hold of his schedule as soon as possible." On the 4th of January of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, a cargo spaceship from Region S1 flew in. With a jet stream, it blew away tons of leaves and landed clumsily and slowly at the largest industrial airport around the 4 mountain estates. Half an hour later, 2 men in gray uniforms sat on a self-propelled truck and headed towards the depths of the airport. Whether it was the airport's internal identity scanning system or the electronic surveillance of the Federation, they both recognized or ignored the access and identity of these 2 people. Chapter 288. S2 was the Federation's heavy industrial zone, especially the 4 large states surrounding Green Dragon Mountain. Perhaps it did not gather the majority of the Federation's wealth, but as far as Sulu knew, at least most of the industrial equipment was in the factories on the plains. Regardless of the type of equipment, they all emitted a bone-chilling metallic smell. Metal may be tired, but the industrial workers on this land would not be tired. They went to work silently and numbly, operating machines in exchange for a meager wage. They lived a dull and peaceful life, never raising their heads. If they did, they would see a sky full of stars. They also could not take a spaceship to enjoy the magnificent scenery of the universe. The mechanical life of S2 was broken many years ago because there would always be people standing in hell looking up to heaven and then giving birth to a resentful heart. There were many industrial workers in the lower strata of society. They did not have the ambition to become the pride of the heavens, but in human nature, there was always the desire to make their lives better. And this desire was very understandable. In the face of the greedy profits of the giant corporations and capitalists, there were finally some people who began to reveal their true colors. Then, they were defeated by the Federal Army's encirclement and suppression. They fled into the dangerous Green Dragon Mountain area. These people hibernated like injured beasts, recuperated, grew stronger, and then came out again, only to be defeated again. In this repeated process, the guerrillas in Green Dragon Mountain gradually gained the support of many people in the 4 states surrounding the mountain. They also gained the political status of the anti-government army from the glory of the charter and gradually became a force to be reckoned with. This group of idealists and their descendants may not have forgotten their original intentions, but the firm determination to resist the Federation government gradually had little to do with these original intentions. They relied only on the hot blood in their hearts and the hot blood that their predecessors and companions had spilled on this land. Then came the rise of George Carlinism. Supporters of the anti-government army began to spread from the 4 states to S1 planet and every corner of the Federation. Their momentum rose sharply, but Commissioner Medellin began to promote nonviolence, which began to marginalize the armed forces in the mountains. This politician stood in front of the stage of the anti-government army and opened his hands to absorb the grievances of the Federation people against the unfairness, turning them into a kind of power of faith. Until today, the Oak region was one of the 4 regions surrounded by mountains. Walking on the streets of the capital city of the region, Sulu seriously looked at the buildings on the side of the street, feeling the atmosphere of this place. In his eyes, no matter how mechanically fixed this planet was, it was still much better than his hometown, Donglin. The Donglin district was a barren world. People had nothing to do and could only rely on the government to survive. Although there was coffee to drink and television to watch, having something to do and having nothing to do was always a different feeling. The universe is too vast, and the personality characteristics of people in different regions are very different. Looking at the green flags on the buildings that represent the support of the anti-government forces, he could not help but frown and think to himself. The two of them stopped at the entrance of a splendid nightclub and walked inside. The waiters in black and white uniforms were a little surprised to see business in the middle of the day, but their excellent training made them not show any surprise. They warmly and respectfully welcomed the two of them in. This nightclub was called Coco. It was a very delicate and even a little stingy name, but it was the most legendary place in the capital city of the Oak region. Countless joys and sorrows and conflicts of interest were played out here. Su Lu and Bai Yulan were not familiar with these stories, but they vaguely heard that the owner behind the nightclub insisted on using this name for some reason. It was said that it was to commemorate and also to forget. The sun was high in the sky, and a faint shadow of the moon could be seen on the horizon. Su Lu stood by the window and squinted at the unfamiliar environment of this planet. He recalled the books he had read years ago, but he was not sure how many planets there were in the galaxy where S2 was located, and how many moons there were on the planet he was on. Closing the heavy curtains, Su Lu sat back on the comfortable sofa. Just as he sat down, the door of the private room was pushed open. A female manager walked in with a gentle smile and asked in a low voice if there was anything he needed. The female manager hid the strange look in her eyes very well. After all, she had been in the Coco nightclub for a long time and had seen all kinds of strange people. Secretary Bai, who had been silently following beside Su Lu, glanced at the luxurious decorations in the private room and whispered a few words. He ordered a bottle of wine that was neither expensive nor embarrassing. He also ordered a few snacks, and the strangest thing was that he also ordered 2 bowls of noodles. The female manager smiled in response and turned to leave. Just as the door closed, she frowned. The 2 people in the room gave off a very strange feeling. The young man with small eyes who looked like the owner looked extremely honest and did not look like the owner at all. The gentle man who looked like the attendant was extremely gentle and delicate. He looked more like a guy who worked in a special industry. But these 2 men had to spend an entire day in the largest nightclub in the capital city of the Oak region and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. The curtains were drawn so tightly that no light could pass through. The atmosphere in the spacious private room was somewhat stifling. Bai Yulan silently poured wine for Su Lu and did not say a word. Su Lu looked at the few strands of black hair on his smooth forehead. In the end, he could not control his emotions and said, "I don't understand why you have to follow me. You are my boss. I don't know what business you are talking about, but I have to follow you to feel at ease." Bai Yulan handed him a glass of wine. The red liquid in the glass was like blood. His eyes were gentle as he said softly, "I don't know how you managed to sneak the 2 of us out of the spaceport, but the shipment will arrive later. Without me, how are you going to pick it up?" Su Lu looked at the man and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Bai Yulan was like the delicate knife that he always carried around with him. It was pleasing to the eye, but when the knife was unsheathed, it was extremely sharp. Although he definitely would not drag Bai Yulan into this mess, in the next few days, with Bai Yulan by his side, perhaps there would be a lot less trouble. More importantly, the large box of firearms and equipment was still on its way to the cargo ship. Whether it was smuggling them from S1 or secretly transporting the dangerous tools, it was all arranged by Bai Yulan. Only when he stepped foot on the streets of Oak State did Su Lu truly believe that the delicate man who had been quietly following him was indeed a ruthless person who had taken on many private jobs. Only this kind of person could be so familiar with the Federation's underground channels and be so confident in doing things. The nightclub doesn't have a scanning system, so I chose to stay here for a few days. Su Lu did not explain his intentions to Bai Yulan. He raised the red wine in his glass and took a sip. The sourness that seeped into his heart and spleen made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he swallowed with difficulty. Bai Yulan, on the other hand, drank very smoothly and elegantly without asking any questions. Although it was a short space flight from S1 to S2, it was still expensive, especially since they had taken an irregular route. Coupled with the transportation of the box of firearms and equipment, the cost was enormous. Thinking of this, Sulu suddenly felt a little apologetic as he looked at the delicate man who was drinking silently beside him. The money was taken from Li Xiaotong, and the route was arranged by Bai Yulan. Sulu felt a little sorry for these two men. The seventh young master of the Li family had no idea what he wanted the money for. This investment would undoubtedly fail, and fail miserably. Sitting from noon to night, no matter how luxurious the room was, no matter how delicious the food and drinks were, it would still be boring. Bai Yulan glanced at him and said, "It's too lively outside, and it's too quiet here." He could tell what Sulu was waiting for. Perhaps it was time, or perhaps it was news. As someone who dedicated his life to money, he could only accompany him and wait, occasionally reminding him if there was anything missing. Sulu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Bai Yulan stood up with a smile, walked out of the room, and called a few waitresses who were in charge of accompanying the singer. The nightclub managers were very efficient. Although it was close to nightfall and not yet at its peak, a row of girls dressed in black stockings, purple dresses, or hair tied in ponytails appeared in front of Sulu in less than half a minute. This kind of speed was really admirable. In Hushi province, he had paid for Uncle Yu Yu's whorehouse, brought the crown prince of the Tai family to break his virginity, and accompanied the seventh young master of the Li family to go to the nightclub in the capital. Although Sulu had never been in the water, he was not unfamiliar with this kind of scene. He smiled and invited a beautiful girl with a plump body to sit beside him, letting her do whatever she wanted. The sound system, which had been singing alone for a long time, finally welcomed the sound of real people mixing in. The lonely, luxurious room began to become lively. There were girls singing, and Bai Yulan smiled and greeted the girl in his arms. Lu was trying his best to eat the noodles in front of him. He ate with a swishing sound, swallowing mountains and rivers. It was clearly his fourth bowl of noodles, but he felt like he was eating his first meal after 5 days of starvation. The girl who was singing next to Lu stared at him dumbfoundedly. No matter how good her service was, at this time, she was stunned. She held the microphone, her beautiful red lips slightly opened, and her mouth moved exaggeratedly. Bai Yulan's eyes slightly slanted and glanced at Lu. She was a little intimidated by the way he was wolfing down his food. She wondered what she was going to do in the next few days that made this guy feel like he was going to die from hunger. They sang until dawn. Lu had already finished his 6th bowl of noodles, and Bai Yulan had also silently drank her 3rd bottle of wine. The two singing girls' voices were already a little hoarse. They looked at each other, but did not dare to leave. Who knew what these two strange people in the room wanted to do? There was no joke, not even their hands touching the side of their bodies. Other than singing, there seemed to be no other way to break the pressure in the room. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room. The female manager, dressed in a black formal dress, walked in very respectfully. She half squatted in front of Lu and said softly, "I didn't know you were an important guest. Previously, I neglected you. Sister Ku asked me to ask you when you are free to meet her." When these words came out, the eyes of the two singing girls flashed with a trace of shock. This female manager, who squatted in front of the young guests, had an extremely high status in the nightclub. How could she become an obedient rabbit today? As for the two words Sister Ku that they vaguely heard, could it be that she was the legendary person? Chapter 289. The signboard of Coco nightclub was actually a woman's name. The largest nightclub in the Oak State had been open for many years. It represented how many years this woman had stood in this land that constantly produced wealth, but was often in turmoil. Blades and swords flashed, guns and cannons roared, clouds of smoke billowed from the cliffs, and indulged in a life of luxury. In the early years of the Jianghu, she had infiltrated behind the scenes more than 10 years ago. Since then, she had only left behind a legend. A legend was a legend because it had an inconceivable past that could not be replicated, whether it was when the anti-government forces attacked with tanks, or when the Federation's Second Military Region's iron-blooded soldiers killed their way in. The capital of Oak State had changed hands more than once. The surrounding buildings of the nightclub still had bullet holes and cannon marks from many years ago, and there were even traces of military mecha running over the concrete road in the back of the alley. But Coco nightclub had stood tall in the baptism of time. Sulu had heard a vague story from a certain person, but he didn't come to S2 to look for historical sites or to sigh at the vicissitudes of life. So he wasn't too excited. But when he saw this woman called Sister Ku in the big, quiet suite on the top floor, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had always thought that a woman who could wave her red sleeves freely between Green Dragon Mountain and the Second Military Region would definitely be a beauty that could turn all living things upside down, or a beauty that was still charming even as she grew older. He really didn't expect that Kujia was actually an old woman in her 50s. Kujia's face was cold as she looked at the small-eyed young man standing in front of her. Because of that man, she had seen many outstanding fellows in the Federation in her life. That pair of eyes was very poisonous, but no matter how she looked at him, she didn't feel that this ordinary-looking man had anything worthy of her attention. "I've seen your file, and know that you will have a bright future in the Federation. Why do you have to come here and make your future bleak?" Ku Jia lit a cigarette and asked with a hoarse voice. The fingers holding the cigarette already showed an irrecoverable old appearance. Sulu had come to S2 to do something big. If his identity or intentions were to be found out, he would do whatever it took to get rid of this hidden danger before it sprouted. However, he had no intention of doing anything to the old lady in front of him. This was because the information he needed, as well as the promise support, were all in the hands of this old lady. He lit up a cigarette as well. It wasn't a 37 brand, but an S2 specialty, Huanya. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, he said vaguely, "I just felt that it was necessary to do this, so I came." Mr. Medellin has been expelled from the Central Committee, but those people in the mountains can't do anything to him. You should know why. Sister Ka held the cigarette between her two fingers and tapped it twice on the ashtray carved out of red millstone. She did not have a trace of elegance at all. She looked at Sulu and said mockingly, "Those guys who carry guns and want to rule the world don't want to become assassins and offend the workers' organizations in the 4 provinces around the mountains. But they just have to trick a little thing like you to come here." Sulu lowered his head and smoked his cigarette, not answering her. "Young man, you came to S2. It's obvious that he's using you," Sister Ku reminded him. Sister Ku reminded him. Originally, she shouldn't have said these words tonight, but she didn't know why. But when she looked at Sulu, she felt as if she was looking at the youth from many years ago, the youth who had dropped out of S1 Capital University and wholeheartedly wanted to join the Azure Dragon Mountain guerrilla army to rebel against the injustice of the Federation. Although that youth had long since become one of the most important figures in the anti-government army, Sister Ku always felt that only the him at that time was truly pure. Subconsciously, she said these words, hoping that the young man in front of her would back down and leave the Oak province. Sulu knew who the old woman in front of her was talking about. Although she had some guesses about the relationship between the old woman and the old man, when she looked at the wretched old man in the past, She always felt that the old man shouldn't be that old. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, whether or not he's using me doesn't matter for now. I really want to know your opinion on this matter. I did this, and no one supported me, but I felt that I should do it. If it's just a matter of principle, of course you should do it. That committee member should have died long ago. Sister Ku laughed. Since no one supports you, then I'll support you. You have to know that even prostitutes have a sense of justice. After saying this, Sister Ku took out a completely metal handmade pen from a box beside her and handed it to Sulu. She said quietly, "I wish you success." Sulu smiled and didn't say anything else. He took the pen and turned to leave, not noticing that there seemed to be another pen in the box. Half an hour later, the door to the top floor of the nightclub was pushed open again. A young man wearing a small gray cap walked in. This young man wasn't as reserved and silent as Sulu. Instead, he sat directly on the sofa across from Sister Ku. He poured himself a glass of wine and smiled slightly. The lower half of his face that was exposed in the shadow of the cap bloomed like a flower. I didn't expect that my highest leader would actually set the exchange of information at the most famous Coco nightclub, the young man said with a smile. Sister Ku looked at this person and suddenly smiled. This isn't the exchange of information. In fact, in the past 40 years, although he has been helping me to maintain this business, he has never asked me to do anything for him. You are the first person in the entire universe to know that I am related to him. The young man was slightly startled. After a moment of silence, he took off the cap on his head, revealing his extremely handsome face. He said, "This is really beyond my expectations. It seems that the old man isn't having a good time in the mountains. He doesn't even trust the internal channels of the organization. I know that your name is Shi Qinghai." Sister Ku smiled and said, "He once told me that although you are not the fish that he hides the deepest in the Federation, nor are you the biggest fish, you are the fish that is the most energetic and the one that is most capable of tormenting others. He admires you very much, so he is not satisfied with your actions in the past year. You don't pay attention to your own safety. This is not a quality that an excellent intelligence officer should have." Shi Qinghai shrugged and was about to say something. Sister Ku held another lit cigarette between her fingers and waved her hand to stop him. She continued, "Of course, you have already left the organization. He can't control you. Let's stop with the small talk." Shi Qinghai smiled and reached out his hand. "He promised to give me something. Give it to me." Sister Ku took out another pen from the box and handed it to him. She didn't tell him that someone else had already taken the other pen and left. Shi Qinghai stood up and thanked her. When he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and picked up the fishing rod behind the door. He turned around and asked curiously, "I heard from my teacher that when he came to join the organization from the Capital University, he was still an innocent, naive, and idealistic idiot who didn't know anything. He wanted to enter the Green Dragon Mountain, but couldn't find the mountain road. He wanted to contact the army, but he was almost arrested and sent to the police station. In the end, he was starved to death in the Oak State." He cracked a smile and said, "Was it you who raised him?" Sister Ku didn't stop him from speculating. A cunning light flashed in her old eyes. "I was misread of the nightclub at that time. It wasn't a problem for me to raise a poor student, but I didn't expect that a poor student would become a big shot." Shi Qinghai shrugged and left the room. He thought to himself that the most successful spy in the 37th constitutional era also had such an absurd life. The intelligence leader of the anti-government army risked using the most important woman in his life. Obviously, this information was very precious and confidential. He couldn't help but feel more confident. After resting for a whole night in the comfortable suite provided by the nightclub and taking a bath in the back, Su Lu was full of energy. He lay on the sofa and passed through the slightly thick fog in the room. He closed his eyes and rested. There was a bowl of noodles and a glass of water on the table beside him. The Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain had already fired Macklin, but those people could not directly come out and kill Macklin. Eliminating traitors sounded righteous, but if the anti-government army really did so, they would lose the greatest foundation of public opinion, and the gains would not make up for the losses. This was Su Li's analysis and judgment. The information hidden in the pen was very important and precious. As the intelligence leader of the anti-government army, he gave this information to him. Perhaps it was just as Sister Kuh said, that he had the intention of using him. But for the time being, he didn't have any conflicting feelings in his heart. After taking a bath and relaxing, he and Bai Yulan didn't go to the room to rest. Instead, they went to the room specially reserved for them to sing. It was still the same red wine, snacks, and noodles. It was still the same two beautiful ladies from yesterday, but the two ladies were more respectful and submissive today, since they didn't want to continuously sing to set the Federation's record. The luxurious room started to turn on the TV. Su Lu glanced at the TV news of the Green Dragon Mountain Publicity Department. To satisfy his curiosity, he let the lady beside him switch to the Federation's news channel. The real-time news announcement at the bottom of the screen said that Senator Macklin had left the capital's special district on a special plane and arrived in Harbor City. He accepted the nomination for the Nebula Award and the Peace Prize and gave a speech. According to insider information, Senator Macklin might not attend President Pabre's inauguration. Instead, he would return to S2 and gather a mass rally to give an explanation to these loyal voters and, at the same time, call on people to support the elected president of the Federation. In the news screen, it was playing a documentary of the president-elect, Mr. Pabre. It happened to be a year ago when Mr. Pabre secretly took an old-fashioned transport plane and arrived at the Green Dragon Mountain Airport to negotiate with the anti-government army. In the video, Mr. Pabre walked off the plane in the wind. His clothes were fluttering, and his slightly tanned face had a determined expression. His tall and strong body gave people a feeling that he was worth relying on. Su Lu narrowed his eyes as he watched. He couldn't help but think of the scene in the bar last New Year when he watched the news with Mr. Schur. This was their president. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel slightly melancholy and a little complacent. The Federation needed a strong political figure to be a leader. Senator Macklin's glorious or dejected exit made President Pabre the only idol-level figure in the Federation. Although the two beautiful ladies in the luxurious private room knew that the two young men were definitely not ordinary people after spending a day and a night together, they found that the two men's temperaments were very gentle. Therefore, they became more courageous and respectful. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the two ladies gathered together on the sofa and watched the TV while discussing something. Occasionally, they would chuckle softly. Su Li's hearing was very sharp. He heard that the two beautiful waitresses were talking about Mr. President on the news. They thought that President Pabre was dark and handsome, with a straight nose, and must be very sexually active. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. However, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of Bai Magnolia's face. His laughter stopped abruptly. Bai Magnolia whispered beside him, "When did you know that he was going back to S2? Su Lu was silent for a long time before he said, "Because I knew that he was coming back. That's why I came." Bai Magnolia still had her head down. Her black hair hung in front of her eyes. Her expression was calm, but the rhythm of her breathing was different from usual. She inhaled deeply without exhaling. The atmosphere in the private room was as usual. However, the silence at this time was obviously a little strange. A trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of the two ladies. They looked at each other and cleverly hid in the attached lounge, leaving the room for the two men to talk. In the snowy Charter Square, there were 9 cigarette butts in the pile of snow beside the bench. They bloomed like plum blossoms. By Magnolia knew that Sulu was a person who paid attention to details. No matter when or where, he would find the trash and throw the cigarette butts in. From then on, he knew what Sulu was going to do. At that time, Sulu had asked him about the power of the weapons in Team 7's armory. He was sure that Sulu was going to do something big. But even so, Secretary Bai, who was used to seeing life and death, wasn't too vigilant. At worst, he would just kill someone. His hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Therefore, he taught Sulu how to use a gun and smuggled them here. He even brought the big box of weapons here. Because he didn't know that Macklin was going back to S2, By Magnolia never thought that the big thing that Little Boss was going to do would be so big. He took a deep breath and slowly leaned back on the sofa. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the image of Macklin's speech that had just appeared on the news. He said faintly, "Are you crazy or stupid?" "I'm not crazy, but I'm not stupid," Sulu replied. "All my life, I've loved money and worked for it. I've done all kinds of evil things." By Magnolia narrowed his eyes and looked at the old face of the senator on the screen. "But I've never done something like this before. The Federation won't let him die. S2 is his hometown. God knows how many security guards there are. I don't have much confidence in doing this with just the two of us." "No." By Magnolia immediately changed his judgment and said seriously, "I don't have any confidence at all. It's not us, it's me." At this point, Sulu didn't want to hide anything from him. He stood up and said seriously, "I should have told you earlier, but I can't transport the box here alone. Don't worry, there's no trace of you at the spaceport. The Federation government won't suspect you." By Magnolia was silent and didn't say anything. 5 minutes later, Sulu and By Magnolia changed their clothes and quietly left Coco nightclub through the back door. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the streets and alleys of Oak State. No one could find them anymore. Sulu, as a soldier of the Federation, stood on the opposite side of the Federation's upper echelons and the law. He couldn't seek help from powerful people like he had in the past year. So, when he received the email at Wangdu Apartments, he didn't hesitate to choose to cooperate with the intelligence chief of the anti-government army. Sulu had seen this legendary spy before. Although he didn't know what exactly made him a legend, he didn't have the slightest doubt about his intelligence-gathering ability. Cooperation didn't mean trust. Sulu would expose his whereabouts under the eyes of Green Dragon Mountain. After he received the information, he stayed for half a day. Then, to everyone's surprise, he quietly left. No one knew where he went. Right after he left Coco nightclub, the traveler with the fishing pole left the nightclub openly. He took a taxi and headed to a resort in the west. However, he got off halfway. No one knew where he went. After that, Coco nightclub didn't close its doors to customers, but the hostess and manager, who had seen these 3 people, were all invited to the top floor by Sister Coco, who rarely saw people. It wasn't until many days later that they saw the sun again with lingering fear. Year 68, January 18th. This was an important day that the citizens of the Federation remembered for many years. It was also a day that was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Federation, because this was the day that the new president of the Federation, Pabre, would be inaugurated. The capital's Charter Square had already been set up for the ceremony. Yellow sunflowers were neatly placed in the snow. The temporary viewing platform was painted new. It was enough to guarantee the seats of 1,000 guests. The public viewing area in front of the square was divided by a yellow line. Countless police officers and plainclothes detectives vigilantly scanned the surroundings. There were still 2 hours before the ceremony. A solemn atmosphere began to pervade the square. Even the face of the 5-person group statue in the middle of the square seemed to have become solemn at this time. In another star system that was countless light years away from the capital, the district where the Peace Foundation building was located on the administrative planet S2, which was surrounded by mountains and mountains, had just woken up from the darkness. The different regions of the Federation could forcibly unify the calendar. That was because the universe generously gifted several administrative planets with very similar environments to the human race. However, the time period couldn't be artificially unified. When the capital of S1 had already begun to prepare for the 10 o'clock ceremony, it was still early in the morning in S2. The Peace Foundation building was located on the west side of the capital of Kwandao. The terrain was open, and there were only 2 hills in the distance. The hills were covered with red and yellow autumn leaves. The colors were gorgeous and made people feel full. Among the fallen leaves on the hilltop, Lu narrowed his eyes and opened the black workbench. He took out the all-metal pen from his clothes, carefully unscrewed the pen cap, and inserted the pen into the data transmission channel of the workbench. With a soft beep, a detailed structural diagram of the interior of the Peace Foundation building appeared on the screen of the workbench. Next to the structural diagram was a lot of complex professional data and a cursor indicating the distribution of defense forces. As time went by, the data and cursor were constantly changing and moving. Chapter 290. Bai Yulan was wearing a digital camouflage suit, which was difficult to distinguish among the red and yellow leaves. He lowered his head and looked at the data flowing on the screen of the workbench. His eyes were as cold and calm as the air in the surrounding forest. The sewers have been sealed. Lu pointed at the 2 clear horizontal lines on the screen and said, "This route is also difficult to travel." The early morning in S2 was surrounded by mountains and unusually cold autumn weather. As he lowered his voice, white steam came out from his lips. The workbench in the fallen leaves and the large pile of firearms next to it were obtained from a very ordinary logistics company in Oak State 3 days ago. The pen connected to the workbench was the most important. The pen provided to Lu by the intelligence leader of the anti-government forces contained extremely important data. It contained the architectural blueprints of the Peace Foundation building, the security layout plan, and a very advanced real-time data update receiver. It was obvious that the Green Dragon Mountain had planted a spy beside Senator Macklin. That spy might be in the Peace Foundation building in front of the mountain, constantly transmitting the situation inside and the layout of the firepower to the outside world. The number of security personnel has not decreased. In fact, there are more than a few days ago. Bai Yulan pointed at some moving light spots on the screen and reminded the Special Task Force agents are scattered outside. The people at the circular passage in the middle should be from the security company. The problem is in the independent building in the innermost part. I guess it should be Macklin's trusted armed forces. It was not convenient for him to bring them around when he was in the capital's special district and port capital, but now that he is back in his nest, the security around him must be very strong. The sun had not completely peeked out from the horizon, but the faint morning light had already shrouded the city at the foot of the mountain. The shadows overlapped with the light. Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the Peace Foundation building at the foot of the mountain. He thought about the intelligence he had been reading for a few days and subconsciously clenched his fists. The intelligence provided by the anti-government forces was very detailed, including Macklin's route back to S2 and the security around him. It was very clearly marked. In the intelligence report, Su Lu had no choice but to cancel the plan of ambushing the counselor's transportation. The following intelligence report also confirmed that the Foundation building was heavily guarded, so he couldn't find any way to sneak in. Su Lu was a patient person, but there was always a faint dark cloud shrouding the depths of his heart, and he couldn't find the reason. Last night, the latest update mentioned that Macklin seemed to be preparing to leave S2. The politician was preparing to visit the front lines of Sillin directly after the meeting. This information put him on guard, and the dark clouds in his heart grew thicker and thicker. It was going to rain soon. He had a very bad feeling. If Macklin was allowed to leave the Upper Forest Star region, he might not be able to find him again. Based on this intuition, Su Lu, who had already waited for 2 days, decided to wait for a better opportunity. He didn't intend to rely on his good luck to sneak in, so he chose to launch a surprise attack in the early hours of the morning. Although he was very clear about his fierce combat ability, breaking into the Foundation building and killing Macklin, who was heavily protected by the Federation government, and the armed forces still made his palms sweat and his back slightly cold. Bai Yulan looked coldly and solemnly at the map and the flowing data on the screen. After leaving the 17th Armored Division, whether it was missions for the Whitewater Company or private missions, he had participated in many assassination missions. So, today's scene was no stranger to him. However, in his professional opinion, choosing to launch an attack at this time and place was too risky. It was a choice with little chance of survival. "I think we should wait a little longer," he said softly. The opponent suddenly increased the security around him to such a high level. It's obvious that the opponent smelled danger around him and is prepared. After returning to S2 from S1, Macklin lived in seclusion and appeared to be extremely cautious. Su Lu narrowed his eyes at the buildings at the foot of the mountain and said, "He's guarding against Green Dragon Mountain, or perhaps the government suddenly turning on him. He's not guarding against a small character like me." Bai Yulan was silent. She frowned slightly and said, "Unfortunately, the meeting place in the afternoon is in the square. It's so open there that we can't find a suitable place to snipe. Otherwise, we could try a long-range attack. The buildings around the square have been cleaned by the government security department. We can't hide there." Su Lu paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "And a long-range attack isn't safe enough." Bai Yulan zoomed out the three-dimensional map on the screen and pointed at a certain point in the hills at the edge of the map. She looked up at the yellow-green forest in the northeast direction and said slowly, if only there was a long-range sniper there. Calculating the shooting radius, it would be just enough to cover the nodes in the second half of the assault. This kind of cover is quite advantageous. Shi Qinghai, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He brushed off a small insect on his face and laid down in the fallen leaves. He looked at the white sky above the autumn forest that was cut into pieces by sharp branches. His thick black eyebrows furrowed. He had chosen the sniping location 4 days ago. Last night, he snuck here and quietly waited for the whole night. Although the information provided by the other side was not good, and Macklin seemed to be preparing to leave, there were federal army bodyguards on the designated route. After all, this mountain was still a bit far away, and the old man's car was bulletproof. Although he was holding a big gun, it would be troublesome if he couldn't kill him with one shot. After thinking about all kinds of things, Mr. Shi yawned and whistled softly. He hugged the heavy big gun in his arms and lay down again. He crossed his legs and began to hum the old song called 27 Glasses of Wine. At the same time, his right hand reached out from the fallen leaves and placed on the keyboard input device. He kept tapping, and the microcomputer connected to the big gun began to warm up and calculate the trajectory of the bullet. Occasionally, he narrowed his eyes and looked at another mountain on the horizon. His heart slightly moved. There are only two of us. Su Lu took off the leaf on his body and picked up the bowl of self-heating instant noodles. He said with a smile as he slurped down the noodles. Looking at the noodles, now, Bai Yulan felt a little disgusted. She didn't know what Su Li's body was made of. How could he eat so much? Su Lu suddenly put down the noodles in his hand and looked seriously at the delicate man lying in the red and yellow leaves. He said, "You really don't want to leave? This is going to kill you. Although 20 million is a lot, I really didn't think it would be enough to buy your life. I'm only in charge of logistics and battlefield remote monitoring and command." Bai Yulan lowered his head and smiled. He said softly, "If someone finds out, I'll leave without caring about your life. After this, I'll have paid back the 20 million. I've never seen someone who loves money as much as you, but also respects money. You're crazy." Bai Yulan smiled as her delicate fingers tapped on the keyboard. Her delicate eyes stared at the data on the workbench as she said, "Although I'm afraid of death, I think it's quite interesting to go crazy once in a while in this life." Su Lu was speechless. He knew what kind of person Secretary Bai was. He never expected the other party to understand his crazy and absurd actions. And he also didn't expect Secretary Bai to stand up for the Federation or any other innocent people. Therefore, he never understood why this delicate man was willing to stay and help him after knowing the truth. The universe was vast and magnificent, but the human race had an extremely complex psychological structure. He couldn't understand it, no matter how he looked at it. After finishing the warm and tasteless instant noodles, Su Lu rubbed his stomach and climbed up from the fallen leaves in the forest. He changed into sportswear with a hat and carried the prepared travel bag on his back. He even waited to get used to the weight. Naturally, he looked like a guy who was preparing to go on a field trip. "If something happens, I really have to run first. I owe you this time, but I already owe other people 2 lives. Even if I want to repay them, I can't repay you first." He did a final check on his equipment and said these words. In fact, he knew in his heart that after leaving S1 for so long, certain parties were already investigating his whereabouts. And Lady Tai had the biggest handle on him. After this incident, other than changing his identity and running away, there was no other possibility for him to survive. Therefore, the so-called owing Secretary Bai a life was probably a debt that could never be repaid. They were both men who had killed before. Although Lady Bai Magnolia was like a virgin, her decisiveness and coldness in killing exceeded that of the average person. Therefore, the two people didn't have any thoughts of hugging each other. They just looked at each other and waved goodbye. Dressed in camouflage, Lady Bai Magnolia took her workbench and disappeared into the mountains and fields of autumn leaves. Su Lu carried his travel bag and walked along the slippery mountain path towards the group of buildings. As he walked down the mountain, the sun struggled to break free from the horizon. The sky gradually brightened, but it was still in the gray state of early morning. After an unknown amount of time, Su Lu arrived at the foot of the mountain. Separated by layers of autumn trees, he looked at the faintly visible figure at the end of the road. He pressed the particles in his ear and whispered a few words. Lady Bai Magnolia's clear signal came through his earpiece. The battlefield communication equipment obtained from the 7th Team's armory could guarantee communication within 30 kilometers. Among the fallen leaves at the top of the mountain, Lady Bai Magnolia calmly observed the holographic screen on the workbench. She clearly and accurately sent the first observation result and combat order to Su Lu at the foot of the mountain. All the equipment was the most professional of the federal military. secretary by, was a professional assassin. What Sulu had to do was very simple. He just had to trust in his judgment and command. He didn't rush out of the forest. Instead, he walked a large circle around the foot of the mountain, under the cover of the trees. He avoided the main entrance of the Golden Foundation area. Sulu walked onto the road. At this time, the first ray of sunlight shone on him. He was wearing oversized sportswear, and his cap had been lifted up to cover his face. He carried a heavy travel bag. He looked like he had just done a night camp on the mountain. His face that was exposed in the shadows had a sunny smile. He was in the prime of youth. The black road was paved with red leaves. Stepping on them made a crisp sound. Sulu took a deep breath. He kept calling a person's name in his heart. Old thing, you really don't want to help? Then I'm really going to die this time. In the depths of his mind, in the depths of the universe, around the stars, between heaven and earth, there was silence. Occasionally, birds in the autumn forest behind him would cry out in protest at the coming cold. However, no one answered the call in his heart. The silence was like a dead silence. Suli's footsteps paused slightly. He had tried many times to contact that great existence in the sea of his mind. He succeeded once when he was in the capital's special district. However, when he bravely or stupidly revealed his true purpose, the other side directly rejected his request. Then there was silence. According to your plan, you will seriously violate the laws of the Federation. He didn't know when a line of small words appeared in front of him. The slightly white words were very soft, much gentler than the new dawn. You can't catch me. Sulu said to that existence in his heart, according to the rules of the First Charter, you can't use it to prevent crimes. Without approval or request, you can't actively participate in the process of the incident. I just want to know if you can help me today. Anything that violates the laws of the Federation is not allowed. Deep underground in the outskirts of the Capital Special District, the Federal Central Computer integrated a very simple message. Through the electronic monitoring network throughout the Federation, in a few seconds, through a signal amplifier, through the space channel, bypassing the galaxy, and arriving outside the atmosphere of S2. Along with the morning light, it fell on the red leaves on the ground and entered the chip at the back of Suli's neck. Suli's footsteps didn't slow down at all. His eyes narrowed slightly, and through the shadow of the hat, he looked at the wall not far away. He made a gamble to initiate contact with that side, but he didn't get any results. However, he wouldn't be disappointed. If that old thing would help him even with this kind of thing, then wouldn't he be able to resist the entire Federation by himself? His dark military boots rustled as he stepped on the red fallen leaves. The blue sky began to reveal its beauty, and the light was clear and beautiful. Sulu, who was carrying a travel bag, suddenly thought of the time when he fled the Donglin district 2 years ago. At that time, he seemed to be dressed like this. Taking out a high-pressure nutrition bar, he broke it in half, put it in his mouth, and chewed it open. After moistening it with his saliva and putting it into his stomach, Sulu walked to the edge of the wall. He had been eating nonstop these days. At this time, he still carried a military nutrition bar with him. He knew very well why. When he used a large amount of the trembling power in his body, he would become very hungry. Therefore, he needed to make sufficient preparations in advance. On the other hand, he was very nervous. The autumn air was refreshing. He stepped on the red leaves and came to the bottom of the high wall. His eyes narrowed, his legs trembled slightly, and the power in his body suddenly burst forth. After squatting, he jumped up like an arrow and easily flipped over. What a monster! By Magnolia at the top of the mountain narrowed her eyes as she watched the progress on the holographic screen. Only now did she understand why the little boss insisted on entering from behind the wall when they were choosing the route last night. The wall was very smooth and was 5 meters high, although she didn't see it with her own eyes. When she saw that the light representing Su Lu had entered the frame of the map, she understood that for someone, many obstacles in the world were not obstacles at all. Chapter 291. The dawn here was quiet. The Mountain Ring 4 Prefectures Peace Foundation was a building in name, but in fact, it was a large block. There were no obvious walls or gates in the direction of the main street. In the words of the foundation's website, this represented that the foundation, led by Senator Macklin, had an open heart and welcomed people of all factions. It seemed that there were no walls or gates, only lawns and flowers, but everyone knew that the security there was the tightest. Su Lu was not stupid enough to disguise himself as a donor and walk in generously. Instead, he chose the quiet back of the block. There was a high wall behind the block, but there was no barbed wire above the high wall. There were also no guards with guns behind the wall because this was not a detention center or a prison, but an orphanage that had been run by the Peace Foundation for many years. The Mountain Ring 4 Prefectures was the front line of the confrontation between the Federation government and the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain. Although there were fewer and fewer military conflicts over the years, many innocent people were still killed by stray bullets and smoke. The Peace Foundation brought the poor children who had lost their families here, set up an orphanage, educated them, and integrated them into society. The Foundation's care for the war orphans had been praised by the entire Federation society. Macklin would certainly seize this political and moral capital well and spare no effort in the construction of the orphanage. The Federation's donations from all over the country were also continuously flowing into the Foundation's account under his control. It was still early. He did not know if the Foundation's staff had woken up from their sleep, but the orphanage behind the high wall was indeed quiet. By Magnolia on the mountain asked Su Lu to be slower and gentler in the communication device and not wake up the sleeping children. That was what she meant. It was just that those seemingly long-winded and boring words were more to ease Su Li's nervousness to a large extent. Su Lu walked close to the shadow at the foot of the wall. By Magnolia's orders kept coming from his earpiece. Carrying a travel bag, Su Lu sometimes crouched behind a bush of flowers and sometimes walked quickly on the muddy ground beside the pond. He avoided being captured by the internet surveillance camera and used the shortest amount of time to pass through the large open space in front of the orphanage. He arrived at a small door on the side of the building. The small blue light device he carried could resist the brilliance of the charter and the ubiquitous electronic monitoring network, but it had little effect on the non-connected video capture and monitoring system of the Foundation. Fortunately, the anti-government forces had marked all the surveillance cameras in this area on the map. With Secretary by at the top of the mountain, his advance was extremely smooth and did not alarm anyone. Taking 2 deep breaths in front of the dusty door, Su Lu squatted down and pushed aside the grass on the stone steps beside the door. Touching an ice-cold iron ring, he frowned slightly and snorted lightly. He channeled all the strength in his body to his right arm and slowly lifted it up. This was an extremely well-hidden entrance to the underground passageway. It had probably not been opened for many years, so it was quite rusty. Coupled with the heavy covering board, it was basically impossible for Su Lu, who had the ability to break through, to enter the underground passageway so stealthily. It was impossible for the underground passageway to go all the way to Senator Macklin's bedroom. Although the spy planted by Green Dragon Mountain had roughly figured out the location of Senator Macklin's secret escape passageway, he still could not find the entrance. Su Lu walked to the deepest part of the passageway, which was not very deep. Looking at the glowing red devices and slightly messy lines on the wall, he confirmed that this was the place he was looking for. The Foundation for Peace, which was surrounded by mountains, was not as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Macklin was also a big figure who grew up in the cruel armed struggle. The street where the Foundation building was located had long been heavily guarded by his loyal subordinates, and the basement that Sue Lu had secretly entered at this time hid an information hub of the Foundation's intranet. If it was not for the information provided by the intelligence leader of Green Dragon Mountain, Sue Lu would never have thought that Macklin's security personnel would actually set up a parallel node in the orphanage. CYSTL 770205. By Magnolia's voice came from the earpiece. Sue Lu did not hesitate at all. He steadily opened the outer box of the device with both hands, took out the prepared materials from the travel bag, and connected and cut off the connection. Then he took out the input device and quickly entered the string of passwords on the keyboard. As one of the most talented mechanics in the Federation, it was not very difficult for him to connect to the Foundation's parallel security node. His movements were fast and stable, and there were no unnecessary instructions. As for the string of passwords, it was still the data stored in the pen given to him by the Green Dragon Mountain. In a very short time, Sue Lu completed his work. He reconnected the wires, installed a miniature signal transmitter, and then performed a hot restart in a microelectrical environment. He believed that the personnel in charge of monitoring in the Foundation building would not be able to notice the information changes in milliseconds. After doing all these, by Magnolia's voice still did not come from the earpiece. Sue Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, but he knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. He simply sat down, took out the remaining half of the energy bar, and began to eat silently. "It's done." 2 minutes later, by Magnolia's steady voice came from the earpiece. Her voice was not very excited, and it was hard to believe that in such a short time, Secretary Bai had temporarily taken over the video surveillance system of the block through the string of passwords. Sue Li's spirit was lifted. He stood up and noticed the flashing red lights in the upright equipment cabinets. He began to move as usual. He tightened the backpack on his body, went around the equipment cabinets, and prepared to leave from the back. On the top of the mountain, Magnolia silently looked at the workbench. In addition to the three-dimensional map of the Foundation building and the surrounding blocks, there were many small square frames on the hologram screen. The image gradually became clearer, and the images taken by all the surveillance cameras in the block appeared. He used his finger to tap lightly on the hologram screen, constantly testing the images taken by the different surveillance cameras. After confirming that the images stolen from the parallel node were not problematic, and that the signal generator installed by Sue Lu had enough power, he was relieved. With the password provided by the internal spy, an excellent engineer like Sue Lu, and Secretary Bai, who was used to doing dark tasks such as monitoring and assassination in Bermuda and the Federation, could easily hack into the other party's system and even use it as a tool. From this moment on, the monitoring room of the Four States Peace Foundation was equivalent to being ineffective. Sue Li's infiltration had the greatest guarantee of safety. Bai Yulan narrowed her eyes as she stared at the images on the screen. The images were divided into smaller segments. Agents of the Federal Special Task Force were in the office, having not slept the entire night. The security company's members were obviously armed with heavy weapons and were vigilantly guarding the perimeter of the building. In the core area behind the building, there were many people with military auras. He felt a little nervous and whispered into the communication device. Slow down even more. Just like a game of hide and seek. I'll keep an eye on you, so don't worry. But if you make too much noise and are discovered by others, they will definitely recheck the video capture and surveillance system. They will only need 3 minutes to find the problem, and only 10 minutes to find my location on the mountain through the signal generator. At that time, you will really be alone, so slow down even more. Magnolia noticed that on the small screen in the lower right corner, Sulu, who was wearing sportswear and carrying a travel bag, had come out of the woods of the orphanage. The way he moved slowly in a half-crouch made him look like a paralyzed thief with no future. He held back and whispered sarcastically, "I asked you to slow down, not to learn the slow motion in the movies." Suddenly, he noticed that on the next screen, there were 2 armed guards coming from the back of the garden. He narrowed his eyes and said calmly and quickly, "Hide in the big tree on the right, don't move, and listen to orders." After hearing the voice in the earpiece, although Sulu didn't find anything strange in front of him, he didn't hesitate at all. His figure flashed, and he flashed back into the forest. Using a thick tree that was more than 500 years old, he hid his figure. After more than 10 seconds, footsteps sounded from outside the woods. 2 armed guards walked over. Sulu narrowed his eyes. If he had followed the original path, he would have met these 2 guards. At that time, there would be no good place to hide. "It's safe, continue." Secretary Bai's emotionless voice sounded again in the earpiece. Sulu moved forward close to the edge of the woods. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the surveillance camera in the middle of the top right branch. He knew that at this time, his image had been taken care of by Secretary Bai, so it would not fall into the eyes of the security personnel of the Foundation building. Naturally, he was not nervous. Instead, he raised his middle finger to the surveillance camera. He thought that he had to walk slowly and quietly, and he also had to walk beautifully. This was really an inhuman request. The orphanage and the Foundation building's green area were connected together. There was no obvious dividing line. Listening to the precise and clear instructions in the earpiece, Sulu sneaked all the way in the early morning light. The road seemed thrilling, but in fact it was boring. He avoided 3 groups of patrolling guards and entered the small building's toilet in the underground parking lot of the green area. After entering the partition, he placed the plastic bomb under the toilet. Sulu carefully inserted the trigger device. Especially when he installed the last 2 electrodes, his steady hands became slower. After all, he was not a professional soldier or a murder expert like Magnolia. It was his first time installing such a powerful bomb, so he always needed some time to adapt. "The detonation signal has been matched. Leave it to me." Magnolia on the top of the mountain received the precise positioning and detonation pulse signal. She said in the earpiece, "There is someone outside the toilet. You need to stay for about 20 seconds. Sulu nodded silently, although he knew that his partner on the top of the mountain could not see. About half a minute later, the alarm was lifted. He jumped out from the roof behind the toilet. Luckily, he didn't miss a single step. He did a beautiful flip in the air, and like a leopard cat, he landed in a deep patch of bushes. According to his observation and Magnolia's confirmation, there were no surveillance devices in the bushes, nor were there any guards. Therefore, his heart, which had been tense until now, could finally relax. However, there was a soft sound beside him. Sulu suddenly turned around. A cold H-21 pistol appeared in his hand. He aimed at the bushes behind him. The black barrel seemed like it could spit out flames at any time. However, he did not shoot because the barrel was aimed at a young and innocent face. A little boy, only 7 or 8 years old, was half squatting in the bushes. His eyes were full of horror. Obviously, he was scared silly by Sulu and the gun in his hand. The shrubbery was filled with an oppressive silence. The 2 people, one big and one small, didn't dare to make any movements or make any sounds. Gradually, The little boy's legs began to tremble, causing the shrubbery around him to make a soft sound. Magnolia's voice quickly came from the earpiece. "Report the situation." Sulu did not respond. He just stared at the little boy in front of him. He noticed that the little boy's face was full of dust, and his body was also covered in mud. His expression was calm, but in the depths of his heart, there were countless complicated thoughts. He felt that this was really ridiculous. Whether it was the information provided by Green Dragon Mountain, his personal observation, or Magnolia's surveillance cameras on the top of the mountain, they had all confirmed that the bushes were safe. Magnolia did not give any warning before, so it was obvious that the little boy had not just entered the bushes. In other words, he was not specifically here to greet Sulu. This was nonsense. No one would squat in the bushes to greet an assassin, let alone a little boy. He had been very careful along the way, quietly sneaking in like a cat playing hide and seek. The security personnel of the Peace Foundation and the surveillance network that covered the entire area were unable to catch a trace of Sulu. However, in the bushes, he was caught red-handed by a little boy. Sulu did not have the urge to cry, but he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If it were another assassin, perhaps he would have already ended the little boy's life, but he could not do it. Don't talk and don't scream. Sulu did not have much experience dealing with children. He could only put on a cold face, trying to scare the little boy, and then find an opportunity to knock him out. The little boy opened his eyes wide in horror. His legs kept trembling, and his dusty face was full of nervousness and fear. He nodded heavily. "Why are you not sleeping but hiding in the bushes?" Sulu lowered his voice and asked. He wanted to use this method to make the little boy not lose control of his fear. The little boy replied in a frightened and trembling voice, "Hide and seek. They last night didn't find me, so I couldn't leave. So I stayed here, waiting for them to find me." Sulu was speechless. He had a strong urge to kill the person who invented the game of hide and seek. He knew that the scene at this time seemed funny, but in fact, it was extremely dangerous. If the little boy screamed in fear, it would cause big trouble. He slowly moved the gun barrel away. Just as he was about to say something, the little boy suddenly said in a trembling voice, "You are a bad person." Sulu was about to explain that he was an absolutely good person, but at this time, the little boy seemed to understand something. With the attitude of a righteous man, he bravely opened his mouth and let out a scream. Chapter 292. The ACW was quietly placed among the red fallen leaves. The khaki-colored camouflage made the federal military's most powerful single-soldier long-range weapon lose its original metallic luster and chilling aura. However, the thick and empty barrel that protruded from the front of the red leaves was still as chilling as ever. The pre-loaded ammunition, electronic pulse ignition, and single-barrel composite control allowed this big gun to fire 3 shots in 0.05 of a second. The super-long sniping distance, the original tungsten alloy tail fins, and the addition of the magnetic resonance killing effect made the federal military snipers, as well as the Empire's military officers who thought they had killing value, engraved this big gun's name in their memories. The only downside was that it was too expensive. After the federal military developed it, they were elated, but they couldn't help but feel sad at the frightening cost. They knew that whether it was the President's office or the Senate's Budget Review Committee, it was impossible for the ACW to become the military's standard equipment. Therefore, the power of this big gun was only demonstrated a few times during the Westwood's frontline tests. After that, it was always kept in storage and allowed to fade away. Shi Qinghai also couldn't afford the ACW. To be able to find this gun in the Federation's black market, he already felt that his luck was so good that it almost defied the heavens. He simply didn't care about the so-called cost. He directly killed that illegal arms dealer in South Dakota. Under the siege of the dealer's trusted aides, he escaped with great difficulty and managed to keep this big gun. With the ACW in hand, the world was his. Mr. Schur, who had undergone the best training from both the federal military and the anti-government forces, would definitely not have such an arrogant and stupid idea. Just like the leaders of Green Dragon Mountain often said, the deciding factor of victory or defeat on the battlefield would never be weapons. Otherwise, how could the guerrillas in the mountains last for so many years in front of the Federation government's mecha battleships? The information he received in the nightclub made him clear that the target could be far away at any time. Also, the sniper on the hill might not be effective. However, unlike his good friend, Shi Qinghai didn't plan to kill his way into the Golden Foundation's building and play a heroic role. He still wanted to test the power of the ACW. If it didn't work, he wouldn't be in a hurry. He would follow that person to the West Woods. The Federation's old proverb said that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Shi Qinghai wasn't a gentleman, he was a playboy. He might not be able to wait 10 years, but to kill someone like Macklin, he was willing to be patient. On the morning of January 18th, year 68 of the constitutional calendar, he was lying down beside the ACW board. His head was pillowed on his red shirt, and his eyes were looking at the bright blue sky. His hands were holding the ACW's microcomputer screen, and he was watching an old movie to pass the time. His mouth was softly humming a song, and his attitude was very relaxed. It didn't seem like he was here to kill someone, but rather like he was here for an outing. Half of the screen was showing the movie, and the other half was showing the world through the ACW's electronic scope. The Golden Foundation's building was very quiet in the early morning. Occasionally, a guard would hide outside the room to smoke. The doors and windows of the orphanage and the Cultural Arts Center were tightly shut, and the children and girls were still sleeping. Fatty, I didn't sleep the whole night. I was here to feed the autumn mosquitoes. I didn't let you down. Shi Qinghai pursed his very thin lips, and a smile flashed through his beautiful eyes. It was really hard for him not to smoke all night. He softly muttered to himself and spoke to the teacher and director in the unseen world. His understanding of political figures made him conclude that Macklin would definitely be in his bedroom this morning to watch the Federation presidential inauguration ceremony on S1. There was still a long time before Macklin would walk out of his bedroom and enter the shooting range, so Shi Qinghai was not in a hurry. He just silently prayed that the old fox would not directly enter the special bulletproof car from the underground parking lot. Although he was very confident in the power of the ACW, Shi Qinghai really had no confidence in penetrating the armor of the bulletproof car from so far away and killing with one shot. In the boring waiting, Shi Qinghai even felt that he was about to fall asleep. If it weren't for the red leaves in the autumn forest that were a little stiff, if it weren't for the fact that the morning light couldn't illuminate the earth and the environment was not warm enough. At this moment, he suddenly heard a scream. The sound came from the foot of the mountain, and it should be in the area of the Golden Foundation's building. Because it was very far away, the sound was very soft and very soft. His hands that were holding the screen slightly stiffened, and he carefully listened to it, but found that he could no longer hear any sound. Was it an illusion? Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and gently touched the red touch button next to the screen. The movie automatically turned off, and the scenery on the scope occupied the entire screen. The view moved along with the slide of his right thumb on the red dot, slowly moving between the early morning buildings near the Golden Foundation's building, looking for the source of the sound. The slight, sizzling sound rang out in the autumn forest, and even the insects in the fallen leaves couldn't be disturbed. The thick barrel of the ACW moved slowly giving a feeling of incomparable smoothness. However, the caliber of the barrel and the hollow silencer in front of the barrel revealed a palpitating, murderous intent. Shi Qinghai was still lying in the fallen leaves, his eyes slightly narrowed and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Touching the red dot, he aimed the scope at the green space between the orphanage and the Cultural and Arts Center. On the side of the green space was the entrance to the underground parking lot. Next to the entrance was a simple toilet, and behind the toilet was a messy and difficult to step on. The bushes looked particularly gloomy in the dim light of the early morning. The barrel stopped moving, and the image on the screen stayed in the bushes. Shi Qinghai frowned, calmly and attentively looking there, paying attention to a few evergreen branches that swayed in the direction of the wind. It seemed that after a moment, a figure appeared on the screen. The person was wearing a loose sportswear, carrying a travel bag, and dressed like sunshine, but with a ghostly temperament. The person didn't walk out of the bushes, but walked directly to the auxiliary building of the Golden Foundation's Cultural and Arts Center. The person began to climb the wall with his bare hands. The smooth exterior of the building didn't seem to have much effect on him, and the ivy and leaves attached to the wall just happened to cover his body. It seemed that after the scream, the guy was a little panicked and didn't dare to move forward according to the original path, but chose to climb the building with his bare hands. To be able to climb so quickly and easily while carrying such a heavy travel bag, even the top special forces of the federal military would not be able to do so. Without the support of a strong body, such a scene would definitely not be possible. The figure used a very short time to climb to the window sill on the fourth floor. His movements were neat and tidy, without any sloppiness. Shi Qinghai looked at the person through the scope and couldn't help but feel a little shaken. He thought to himself that this method was a little too aggressive. When he climbed into the window, the person turned his body slightly, revealing half of his face under the brim of the hat. Although it was very blurry on the screen, it fell into Shi Qinghai's eyes so clearly. He did not exclaim out loud. He just narrowed his eyes and watched the guy disappear into the building. It confirmed his previous conjecture and intuition. It turned out that he was not the only one who wanted to kill Macklin. It turned out that the guy had really come. "Son of a bitch," Mr. Shi whispered. "You son of a bitch actually want to steal my business." Su Lu was here, and he was the first one to sneak in. He didn't know if he had alerted the Foundation's security system, but Gongzi sure knew that he had to make some last-minute adjustments to today's plan. He quickly crawled out of the fallen leaves and came to the back of the ACW. He squinted his eyes and lowered his head to make the final adjustments to the parameters. After inputting the data on the microcomputer, he pulled the heavy gun back forcefully. The heavy gun moved smoothly on the preset back shock-absorbing slide, making a dull sound. With a click, the pulse electronic ignition system was turned on. Shi Qinghai silently lowered his head, focused on moving the aiming system and the barrel, and closely watched the several passages between the Cultural and Arts Center building and the Foundation's main building. No matter which passage Su Lu would come out later, he would press the red button in his hand and use the bullets poured out from the top of the hill to open the way for his brave and somewhat stupid brother. Bumping into the little boy in the bushes was a matter of luck and had nothing to do with the plan. Whether it was Su Lu or Magnolia, or even the intelligence leader of the anti-government forces who was good at organizing, probably couldn't have predicted that the little boy in the orphanage would be so stubborn and naive that he would wait for the whole night to catch himself like a nocturnal animal in the bushes while the children in the orphanage were playing hide-and-seek at night. In a sense, the little boy had some excellent qualities, such as focus, persistence, and keeping his promise. In fact, Su Lu also had these qualities. In another situation, Perhaps Sulu would take the little boy to the amusement park and use ice cream as a sacrifice for his sworn brother. However, when the little boy believed that Sulu was a bad guy who sneaked into the orphanage with bad intentions, these qualities were very deadly. Whether it was the beautiful sisters and teachers in the orphanage or the kind and amiable Grandpa Macklin in the foundation, the little boy wanted to protect them all. Therefore, to Su Li's surprise, the little boy bravely screamed a warning. The brave Su Lu might have failed the biggest thing he had done in his life because of the scream of such a brave little boy, so he was a little dumbfounded. Su Lu reacted quickly and knocked the little boy unconscious on the ground, but his heart still palpitated. He didn't know how many people in the neighborhood were awake and heard the scream. "There are 7 guards coming." Magnolia's urgent, but still calm voice sounded in the earpiece. "There are guards on all the roads. Go to the underground parking lot immediately and find a way to enter the Cultural and Art Center on the 7th floor." The incident happened so suddenly that all the plans could not keep up with the changes. The guards in the street had obviously noticed the strange movements in the bushes. Secretary Bai on the mountain had been monitoring the movements of the other party through various probes, but she could only give him the target location. She could not help him find an undisturbed passage. The Cultural and Art Center was the Foundation's auxiliary building. On the 7th floor, there was a bridge across the lake that led directly to the Foundation's main building. Su Lu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at the building not far away. He noticed the dense green vines upstairs and made up his mind. When he walked past the unconscious little boy, he had already gotten rid of all the annoyance. It was impossible to sneak into Macklin's bedroom silently. It was just a matter of how long it took to be discovered. You should be a tenor in the future. He made such an evaluation of the brave little boy. Then he took a deep breath and moved the scorching power in his body to his limbs, especially his 10 fingers. He forcefully grabbed the extremely thin cracks on the wall and began to rely on his inhuman strength to hang in the air steadily and quickly climbing up the stairs. The sun had not risen, and the autumn wind was cold. Su Lu climbed between the vines and leaves, completely defying the laws that ordinary people could imagine. He was incomparably fierce. The children in the bushes have been found. They are still checking the access control. The alarm system has not been activated yet. You have to hurry. Su Lu lowered his head and walked quickly in the empty corridor. The green vines attached to the wall had lost their strength by the time they reached the 4th floor. He used his special ability when he was a teenager and quietly opened the horizontal latch of the window. He slipped into the Cultural and Arts Center building. He covered his ears and listened to the clear instructions in the earpiece. His mood was slightly relaxed. The guards have begun to assemble. The Special Task Force agents seem to be talking. We can't eavesdrop on them, but they may be preparing to investigate. Magnolia's voice in the earpiece was fast and steady. "Start to speed up." "Okay." Su Lu nodded softly and sped up his pace. Although he was afraid of disturbing the people in the room, he deliberately lightened his footsteps and couldn't run as fast as he wanted, but he still sped up. "Go right upstairs." Su Lu lowered his head and opened a door. He entered the stairs and walked to the 7th floor. At the door of the 7th floor, he heard the next instruction in the earpiece. "Pause 3 seconds." 3 seconds later, he swept past the intersection like a gust of wind. He caught a glimpse of the backs of 2 guards in the corner of his eyes. He really did pass by them. Magnolia at the top of the mountain had already hacked into the surveillance system of the Golden Foundation Street and was quickly operating. On the one hand, she had to update and replace the images left by Su Lu in the surveillance camera. On the other hand, she had to pay attention to the movements of the security forces in all aspects and give him directions and instructions in time. No matter how exaggerated the instructions were, such as lowering his head to tie his shoelaces and turning around to stick to the foot of the wall, Su Lu did it meticulously without a second of doubt or hesitation. It was also because of this seamless cooperation that Su Lu was not discovered by anyone in the Cultural and Arts Center. However, the day was getting brighter and brighter, and more people were waking up. The most important thing was that the scream in the bushes downstairs had alerted many people. Therefore, it took less than a minute to speed up. Su Lu was already close to the 7th floor of the overpass and the target in the Golden Foundation building. There's a lone guard in front. Magnolia, at the top of the mountain, looked at the lattice image on the screen of the workbench. She looked at the burly guard and said, "Don't hide. Grab something to wear." Su Lu was very obedient. She walked up to him and didn't stop. At the intersection of the two passageways, the burly guard suddenly found a suspicious young man in a hat with his head down in front of him. The guard's pupils shrank when he thought of the previous message from the intercom. He was ready to press the button to call the police. Although he was an excellent soldier who had followed the senator for many years, he was not ready to take the risk of an assassin who dared to invade the Golden Foundation building. Unfortunately, Su Lu didn't give him the chance to show his maturity and stability. His military boots slid across the smooth stone floor, and his strength exploded in an instant. Both of his hands struck out horizontally, smashing into the upper body of the guard like breaking rotten wood. After two strange cracking sounds, the guard's body stiffened and fell to the ground. Under the command of Magnolia, Su Lu dragged the guard to an empty room and changed into the uniform. In the original plan, there was no such thing as a change of equipment. It was only because the accident happened earlier than planned that Bai Yulan issued this order. Wearing a slightly oversized guard uniform, Su Lu touched the hard layer between his chest and abdomen. Only then did he realize that if the guard was not burly enough, he would not have been able to put on the uniform at all. Dragging the travel bag on the ground, Su Lu pulled down the brim of his hat and walked openly on the overpass. Below the overpass was a man-made lake. In the open space by the lake, some guards could be seen gathering. Some armed security personnel with heavy weapons began to occupy the advantageous terrain. Further away, special task force agents of the Federation in black formal suits could be seen. They seemed to be on the phone with someone. Su Lu dragged the travel bag and walked on the overpass. Looking down, he could see the golden sunlight under the faint clouds in the distance. The sunlight shone on his face and warmed his face. The surveillance system was still under Bai Yulan's control. He was wearing a guard's uniform, and he walked across the bridge so openly and confidently that he did not attract the attention of the people under the bridge. At that moment, he could not help but thank the staff in Senator Macklin's office for not trusting the Special Task Force. If the Foundation had not placed the Special Task Force agents at the outermost periphery with the level of professionalism of the Special Task Force, they would never have made such a mistake. As he walked on the overpass, Magnolia's voice sounded in his earpiece again. The enemy has finished gathering, and the internal alarm has been sounded. The standard level of detection after an enemy attack is to perform a self-check on the monitoring system. I can protect you for about 20 seconds. Su Lu did not stop walking. I need to temporarily leave the building's monitoring system to avoid being exposed. I'll take it back in 10 minutes. During this time, you'll be alone. You have to be careful. Understood. We're going to start killing. Don't think about innocent things like last night. The armed personnel in the Foundation building are all ruthless people who have been with Macklin for many years. If you insist that Macklin is guilty, then I believe that they are all guilty. Understood. Su Lu walked across the overpass and entered the main building of the Foundation building. Just then, the 20 seconds were up. The opponent's security system began to perform a self-check. Magnolia left the monitoring system, and he would be alone to face all the difficulties and resistance. At this time, Su Lu had successfully penetrated 2 layers of the Foundation's defense with the help of intelligence and Magnolia's professional intelligence. He avoided the Special Task Force agents and the security company's line of defense, and was approaching the core area. However, this building was also the most dangerous place. This was because the building's security guards were all armed personnel who had been with Macklin for many years. Most of these armed personnel were from the anti-government army and were well trained. Moreover, Su Lu believed that the other party must also have the quality of ruthlessness. In the deep Foundation building, there were no staff members because of the time. Through the doors of the rooms, the faint sound of the TV news could be heard. Su Lu walked through the corridor with his head down, dragging the heavy travel bag beside him. He knew that his figure had fallen into the monitoring system at this time, and he could only pray that the other party would not discover him later. The internal alarm had been silent for a long time, and the Foundation building was heavily guarded. "You shouldn't have come here." Hearing this sentence, Su Lu raised his head and looked at the 2 staff members in front of him in confusion. The 2 staff members' cold faces revealed a sense of danger. He did not know how many battles they had participated in, but they were not wearing the guard's uniform. It would be more appropriate to call them armed personnel. Moreover, Su Lu could clearly see that there were 2 guns hidden under their coats. Su Lu lowered his head again and charged forward. Before the 2 militants could pull out their guns, he twisted his body and squeezed between the 2 of them with a posture that was already engraved in his bones. One of his palms slashed across the throat of one of them, while the other fiercely punched the forehead of the other. 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking were heard, and the 2 armed personnel fell directly to the ground without a sound. They were also powerful soldiers who had been reborn in blood. However, in front of Su Lu, who moved as fast as lightning, had terrifying strength and valiant skills, they could not even stop him. Su Lu lowered his head, picked up the travel bag on the ground, and moved forward again. As long as he made a move, his whereabouts would be exposed. He could only complete today's task by entering Macklin's bedroom before anyone could react. A low and clear alarm began to sound in the Foundation building, which was different from the previous internal alarm. It told everyone that the enemy had invaded and caused damage. In the sound of the alarm, the dark red rotating lights on the walkway also lit up. Su Lu began to run forward at an extremely fast speed, without the slightest pause. He knew that he was now being watched by the surveillance network. As long as he stopped at a certain place, he would be surrounded by countless guards. A door on the left was suddenly pushed open, and a muzzle was aimed at the running Su Lu, ready to pull the trigger. Su Lu turned his head, raised his arm, and the muzzle spat out a flame first. As the clear recoil was transmitted to his palm, a delicate bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the armed personnel behind the door. Blood spurted out from the back of the man's head and smeared on the white wall. He lowered his head and continued to move forward. Suddenly, he forced himself to stop and flew to the side. There was a burst of gunfire, and countless bullet marks and smoke appeared where he had been. In the sound of gunfire, gravel flew everywhere, and the sound was deafening. In the dim light, no one could see the traces of bullets, but they could clearly smell the scent of death. Su Lu sat in the corner of the wall, exhaled heavily, licked his dry lips, and muttered F***CK. Then he opened the travel bag at his feet, revealing the guns with a metallic luster inside. The heavily armed guards rushed upstairs, according to the instructions of the surveillance system, and the fastest few wanted to rush over the bridge across the lake on the 7th floor to cut off the intruder's escape route. Once they rushed over, Su Lu, who had been intercepted, would have no chance of survival. However, at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang from the distant top of the mountain. The sound came from the red leaves and fell on the lake. It was extremely beautiful, but the effect was extremely bloody. The 3 guards who rushed at the front seemed to have been hit by 3 heavy punches. Their bodies trembled, and then they were separated. Then they knelt down and turned into broken limbs. The first guard was shot in the waist, the second guard was shot in the chest, and the third guard was shot in the head. But no matter which part of the body was shot, they could only die. This was the power of ACW. Chapter 293. Under the Morning Sun. The city was shrouded in tranquility. However, the unexpected crisp gunshots easily tore apart this facade. The gunshots rang out from the top of Chilin Mountain in the northeast corner of the block. The sound pierced through the morning sky and entered everyone's ears, shocking their minds. Shi Qinghai crouched low in the red and yellow leaves. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the image on the monitor screen. His right thumb quickly touched the red control button. With his precise and stable control, the powerful ACW beside him changed the direction of the muzzle along with the sound of electric current. It was like an indifferent, one-eyed king looking at the weak people under his feet who were about to die. The caliper positioning on the monitor screen kept moving around the foundation building at an extremely fast speed. However, there was no trace of stagnation in the image. Wherever the king's gaze was, it was exceptionally clear. As his thumb gently tapped on the red control button, the heavy ACW seemed to have been stimulated by something. It fiercely paused, and flames spurted out from the front end of the thick barrel. 3 bullets installed with tungsten alloy tail fins whizzed out, and the metal body of the gun would suddenly slide backward due to the strong recoil, quickly retreating along the metal chute installed on the ground, and then hit the defensive layer. The sound of the high-speed bullet was not loud when it was fired, but it cut through the air. When it reached hundreds of meters in the air, it began to carry a mournful whistling sound. It was a torture to the human ear. The federal military had never thoroughly studied the sound suppression technology of the ACW. It had to be said that the biggest drawback of this big gun was probably this. Sure, Qinghai stared at the monitor screen expressionlessly. He quickly and steadily operated the red button in his hand. Every time his thumb tapped, a life in the block far away would explode into a bloody flower. The top of the mountain was very far from the building. He could see the clear images of the deaths, but he could not hear the tragic screams. In addition, the ACW was completely different from the previous heavy sniper rifles. It could completely separate the shooter from the real world, turning the long-distance killing into indifferent and boring finger movements. Red leaves fell to the ground in the forest. The ACW was firing in an irregular but particularly clear rhythm. Click, 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 click. The heavy body of the gun moved back from time to time. The red leaves were scattered by the impact. The air in the distance was full of screams. The traces of the white fog were faintly visible in the morning dew. The gunshots were sharp, and countless lines of death were launched. All the passages around the foundation building were tightly blocked. Bursts of red fell. Several corpses were bleeding on the bridge above the lake. Several guards who tried to rush over were also killed. The concrete blocks on the bridge had rolled and cracked like gloomy flowers blooming. When the foundation building was originally designed, most of the design was near the lake. there were only 3 passages from the top and bottom of the building. The Foundation, in the name of peace, was always thinking about things that were not peaceful. There was no doubt that there was a strong sense of irony. Since the Foundation was built for so many years, there had never been any vicious incidents. This design, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, had never been effective. However, today's sudden attack made the armed forces in the building feel deeply panicked. The enemy had raided the building, but there was a powerful sniper on the mountain using a super long-range weapon that they did not expect to block all the passages into the building. The design concept of the Foundation building, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, tied all their hands and feet at this time. "Rush in!" Hearing the rapid gunshots and a few screams from inside the building, the security personnel outside the building were anxious. They did not know how many people had sneaked into the building, nor did they know whether the senator was safe at this time. The Foundation's internal monitoring network had just finished a self-check, and it would take some time for all the information to be fed back. Below the building, several guards who bravely rushed to the front door were tragically turned into a few flowers of blood. The sniper on the mountaintop fired a series of precise and cold-blooded shots, turning all the potted plants and wooden fences along the way into pieces. In the pieces flying in the air, all the people who tried to rush into the building were turned into corpses or wounded on the ground. The threat of death sent chills down everyone's spines, be it the Special Task Force agents who rushed over or the guards of the security company. All of them crouched on the ground and hid in the shadows of the buildings. If they showed their heads, the god of death on the mountaintop would reap their lives. In an office on the first floor of the Cultural and Arts Center, a captain of the Special Task Force stared at the monitor screen with a livid face. Listening to the replies of his subordinates in his ears, he angrily slammed the table and shouted, "There is only one gun on the mountain. If we all rush in, who can stop us?" Although he said so, he did not forcibly give the order for all members to attack. The captain of the Special Task Force of the Federation had always had a strong opinion about the security arrangements of the counselor's office. The counselor obviously did not trust the agents sent by the government, so they had been excluded from the building. If the Special Task Force had fully taken over the security and defense of the Foundation from the beginning, they would not have been caught off guard by the enemy. The captain, who was almost middle-aged, knew very well why the counselor's office did not trust them. He was also reluctant to let his subordinates, who had followed him through life and death, risk their lives for the counselor under the rain of bullets from the cold-blooded sniper on the mountain. However, he had to find a way to solve the problem at hand because of his duty. As soon as the internal alarm was confirmed, the captain had contacted the police headquarters in the 4 states and the nearest garrison of the 2nd Military Region through the internal line. He believed that no matter how many killers came from outside, as long as the Foundation building could be delayed for a while, the safety of the counselor should not be a big problem. Several agents of the Special Task Force had already rushed to the mountain, hoping that they could get rid of the sniper as soon as possible. Has the counselor entered the passage? The captain pressed on his headset and asked quickly, "Yes, he has." The intercom in the office was always on, and the sound of the static was mixed with the calls of the armed personnel in the Foundation building. Listening to the calls and seeing the intruder's figure flash quickly on the surveillance screen, the captain's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt a chill that he had never felt before. The security personnel's curses, shouts, and tense tactical commands were constantly heard from the intercom. "Spread out. That person is coming." The intercom rang out with the sound of gunshots, muffled grunts after being shot, and chaotic footsteps when retreating or chasing. "Mother faster's cur, that guy is too fast." The voice in the communication device came to an abrupt halt, and a few crisp gunshots seemed to carry a few spiraling echoes. The 3 eastern districts, the 3 eastern districts. Stop him. The captain looked at the assassin in the security guard's uniform on the surveillance screen, rushing through the screen like a gust of wind and entering the corridor. He felt the hair on his body stand on end. The other party was about to kill his way to the 3 eastern districts in such a short time. How did he avoid such dense firepower in the building? The voice that ordered the armed personnel to set up a defense line in the 3 eastern districts belonged to the head bodyguard of Counselor Macklin. That voice, which had always been confident and proud, trembled in front of the assassin today. The face of the Special Task Force's captain was ashen as he rubbed the curly hair on his head in agony. He could not believe what he had just seen on the monitor. Even the most elite special forces of the Federation military would not have been able to react so quickly, wield such ferocious firepower, and use such extremely precise means of attack. In just a few minutes, that person had killed 7 bodyguards, broken through 2 lines of defense, and was about to enter the 3 eastern districts of the Foundation building. When he had just received the alarm of an intruder, the captain had been calculating how many people the other party had sent to attack the Foundation building, which was protected by 3 layers of defense. But what he did not expect was that until now, they had only found 2 people. The 2 of them dared to come in so openly. If it had been in the past, the captain would have thought that this was a big joke. However, the lines of death cutting across the space, and the assassin moving silently and quickly in the building made him realize that today's 2 attackers were not ordinary people. What made him feel even colder was that the attacker in the building had used some unknown method to quietly enter the core area. He was not discovered until he entered the Foundation building. Motherf asterisk Kerr, when will the troops get here? The captain roared angrily, then picked up the communication device in his hand and issued an order with a frosty expression. We must find that person on the mountain within 3 minutes. The rest of the teams move closer to the side of the building and break in immediately. His expression was extremely ugly. Suddenly, he thought of something and said quickly in a low voice, "There must be tactical support personnel outside. Otherwise, that person would not have been able to sneak in. Check the internal monitoring again and search for abnormal signal-emitting nodes. Do not alarm them. Go up and find the area where the signal is received." Knowing that the councilman had entered the passage, the captain was not as nervous as he appeared to be. Years of experience in the Special Task Force allowed him to issue correct orders in an orderly manner. Whether it was in terms of firepower or other aspects, the 2 intruders could only be considered as failures in the end. However, when the captain saw the images on the monitor, he could not help but shudder. The intruder in the image with a travel bag on his back was running quickly with his head down, holding 2 federal military standard guns in his hands. The intruder did not seem to raise his head to aim, but the guns in his hands never stopped firing. The tongues of fire were like dragons spitting between the corridors. The paint, cement, and wallpaper, regardless of whether it was hard or soft, were all torn into pieces and floating in the air filled with the smell of gunpowder. Before the pieces fell, the figure with his head down had already killed like a cold wind. Chapter 294. There were no landmines in front of him, nor was there a bottomless abyss. However, Sue Lu, who was hiding behind the wall, still felt an endless chill because there was a hail of bullets there. Since he had crossed the stars to come here, then he would bravely advance forward. However, those ear-piercing sounds of gunfire and the concrete fragments that flew in all directions at the corner of the wall blocked his path. He sniffled, lowered his head, and took out 2 black Kian-folding light machine guns from his bag. He weighed them in his hands, occasionally tilting his head. The firepower at the entrance was too fierce, directly suppressing him behind the wall. He could not poke his head out at all. Dust had already filled the dimly lit corridor. The alarm kept ringing, and those flying concrete fragments accompanied by loud explosions struck his body at high speed. There was some dull pain, especially on his exposed lower jaw, where blood could already be seen. If he had been inside the MX Mecca right now, this building would have been easily destroyed by him. He would not have had to be stuck in this small space with bullets. He slung the travel bag tightly on his back again, leaving a hole of just the right size. He raised the gun in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the cold and murderous folding Kian light machine gun in his right hand automatically came off with a soft click. The handle was still in his hand, but the black barrel was already pointed in the direction of the corridor entrance. His somewhat dry and pale lips trembled rapidly a few times, as if he was cursing a few vulgarities. Su Lu took several deep breaths to shake off his nervous emotions. A hint of valiance flashed through his eyes as he stood up and pulled the trigger. A low and loud gunshot rang out, and countless bullets roared out. At the same time, he kicked off the bullet-riddled corner of the wall, and all the terrifying strength in his body was unleashed. His entire body swept horizontally through the smoke-filled corridor, but it was slanted upwards, heading straight for the corner of the wall. The muscle fibers on his left leg tightened up one by one, erupting with great strength. In just the blink of an eye, Su Li's body had already swept to the corner of the wall. Then he forcefully turned around and charged into the smoke. While he was making this series of high-speed movements, the two cards in his hands continued to spit out flames, hitting the walls inside the building with crashing sounds. Once the firepower at the gate was slightly suppressed, they raised their heads again. These well-trained militants had experienced countless battles with Macklin in the Green Dragon Mountains. Naturally, they would not make such a tactical mistake. In fact, the density of the bullets instantly increased because they knew that the invaders would definitely choose to force their way in. However, the militants made a habitual mistake. The direction of the bullets was mainly downwards. Generally speaking, people who relied on firepower to break through would choose to glide along the ground quickly in order to avoid the blockade. They did not expect that the invaders today would have such a strange and terrifying physique that they could actually traverse a distance of more than 3 meters with just a single step. The corner of the wall was already soft from the gunfire, and Su Lu stomped on it with his left foot, causing it to immediately collapse. Just as the strangely shaped cement blocks fell to the ground, Su Lu had already passed through the smoke and landed heavily on the side of the gate, narrowly avoiding the dangerous bullets dancing in the corridor. Ta-ta-ta! Ta-ta-ta! The two Kians spat out flames and swept fiercely at the 3 militants in front of him. Su Lu lowered his head and rushed over. He did not have time to swing his arms forward, so he directly kicked the knee of the person who was still standing. With a crack, that person's knee immediately bent and broke. Before the scream could be heard, Su Lu had already retracted his hands. With a wave of his left hand, he swung the MP5 submachine gun that the person was holding tightly in his hand. The barrel of his right hand directly pressed against the person's abdomen and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A muffled sound suddenly rang out like a sudden rainstorm in a dense forest. That militant did not even have time to make a sound before he was directly sent flying by the bullet from the muzzle. Blood splattered everywhere in the smoke, and it was exceptionally bloody. Su Lu wiped the blood off his face and did not look at the numbing and itchy wound on his left shoulder. Since his left arm was fine, it was probably just a graze from the shrapnel in the chaotic battle. He looked at the corridor in front of him, quickly took out the magazine from his back, and continued to rush over with his head lowered. An intruder with astonishing speed, 2 Kian's light machine guns, 2 flames a rain of bullets, dense and muffled gunfire in the foundation building, and figures constantly falling on both sides of the road. With the help of the mysterious power in his body, Su Li's strength and speed were more powerful than the best professional soldier. The calmness of a mechanic allowed him to perfectly control his every movement on such a dangerous battlefield. What was even more shocking was his observation ability and reaction speed. In the smoke and whistling bullets, he was like a shadow, relying on the few objects in the corridor to quickly rush forward. He had never learned any of the assault tactics of the Federal Army. Such a dauntless and fearless assault seemed more like a foolish act of courting death. However, it was this very unprofessional tactical choice, combined with his extremely powerful combat ability, that caught the armed personnel in the building off guard. These armed men who had just woken up from their sleep did not expect that after the invaders broke through the first door, they did not take any rest and rushed over in the rain of bullets. The Kyans in Su Li's hands continued to spew flames, reaping the lives of the people in the field. He was able to discover the location of the intruder earlier than the intruder, so he could effectively dodge and shoot in the shortest amount of time. It had to be said that in the underground armory of Whitewater Company, Secretary had spent more than 10 days of special training to make him a real killer. In less than 15 seconds, he had already passed through the corridor, leaving behind the corpses of the 5 militants. The moment the door opened, Su Lu clearly heard the last bullet of the Kyan's light machine gun in his hands. At the same time, he saw 2 shadows under the wall outside the door. There were 2 people hiding there, and they had quietly raised their guns in their hands and were ready to shoot. He did not stop moving forward, and with the strength of his arms, he threw the Kyans in his hands. The fully metal machine heavily smashed into the wall, and with a huge force, it quickly smashed back at the 2 people hiding behind the door. The 2 militants subconsciously turned their muzzles slightly, but at this time, Su Lu had already rushed behind the door. His right hand reached out like lightning and grabbed the hot gun barrel of the other party. With a strong twist, only a strange sound was heard, and the metal gun barrel was bent. His palm moved up the gun barrel and fiercely chopped at the man's throat. At the same time, his body suddenly moved back and pressed into the arms of the other militant, crushing the gun in the other's hand, making it impossible for him to shoot. His elbow struck out viciously, striking the sturdy gun, and the huge force shook the militant's body. The militant who was chopped in the throat had a look of shock and disbelief in his white eyes. The bent gun fell to the ground. He covered his broken throat with his hand and slowly sat down against the wall. The other militant behind the door had his sternum completely shattered. He fell to the ground, unconscious and on the verge of death. Su Lu, who was covered in blood, moved a few steps to the left and hid himself behind the printer. After a few rapid breaths, his pale face slightly returned to normal. But then he put his trembling right arm into the travel bag on his back, took out a Kyan's, and stood up. This was the gun he was best at. Since he entered the building, 13 people had already died by his hands. The crisp sound of the Kyan light machine gun and the clear recoil made Su Lu very clear what he was doing. At this moment, he didn't have the time to think about whether it was right or wrong for him to kill Macklin today. He also didn't have the mood to analyze whether there was a hidden factor of violence in his body. He only knew that he had to speed up. After glancing at the structural diagram of the foundation building displayed on his watch, Su Lu wiped the blood on his face and walked toward the 3 eastern districts. The images of his walk were all recorded by the monitoring equipment inside the building and then transmitted to the temporary headquarters in the auxiliary building. It was this series of fast and shocking scenes of gunfire and killing that made the captain of the Special Task Force shudder. On the other side of the foundation building, Some sounds of defense could be faintly heard, but Su Lu did not seem to hear it. As he ran quickly in that direction, he looked at his watch to calculate the appointed time for Secretary Bai to rehack the system. At the same time, he made a final check of his equipment. At this time, a loud sound came from a place hundreds of meters away from the building. It was a violent explosion, and a black cloud rose up. The strong shock wave directly swept over, shattering all the glass windows in the foundation building. Countless fragments jingled and danced in the air. Su Lu lowered his head and walked forward, covering his head with his arms. It seemed that he did not care about the sudden explosion. In fact, he knew that it must have been the white magnolia on the top of the mountain who detonated the plastic high-energy bomb placed in the exit toilet of the parking lot. That bomb was installed by Su Lu himself, and he was very clear about the power of the explosion. According to the information provided by the anti-government forces, the secret passage from the senator's office to the underground parking lot should have been blown up, but he did not know if Macklin was killed or if the senator was blown back. Because he could not be sure, he had to rush in again with a gun in hand and kill that guy. However, before he broke into the 3 eastern districts, he felt a little strange because after a burst of noise inside the building, it suddenly quieted down. With his superhuman hearing, he could vaguely hear the sound of hurried footsteps below. Had the senator's security backup finally arrived? Su Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his plan, these backup forces should have arrived long ago. He did not know who was helping him delay, but it seemed that this delay had lost its effect. Holding the Kian with both hands, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the empty hall in front of him, which was full of infinite danger. He slowly raised the gun, put it to his eyes, and began to accurately aim. At the same time, he gradually slowed down. Chapter 2, 95. The 3 eastern districts were the second branch of the 4 Continents Foundation Hall. The room was about 400 square meters and was divided into numerous grid areas by light blue partitions that were half the height of a person. Desks and computers were placed in each area. It could be imagined that on a normal day there must be countless amiable and lovely ladies here, answering the phone while quickly typing on the keyboard. In the midst of countless grateful voices, donations from various regions of the Federation continued to be channeled into the Foundation's account. However, today, the office area was quiet or dead silent. There was no sound of typing on the keyboard, no phone ringing. Only some rapid breathing could be faintly heard, and the owner of those breaths was hidden somewhere. The fierce battle in the morning did not seem to have affected this place. The corridor between the 2 walls was full of bullet holes and corpses, but there were no traces left here. Even the green plants by the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides were still so gentle in the faint morning light. Su Lu raised the Kian gun and held it parallel to his chin. Using the standard movement of the Federal Army, he aimed at the empty space in front of him that was filled with killing intent. He forced his way through the corridor because he did it unexpectedly. With the opponent's unpredictable speed and lethality, he rushed forward valiantly. The silence made him extremely vigilant. By Magnolia's soft voice, in the earpiece did not sound again. The monitoring system inside the Foundation building was not taken back. He could not determine where those people were hiding in the 3 eastern districts, behind the desk or in the shadow of the green plants. The previous explosion made Su Lu confirm that Macklin had chosen the secret passage to leave as planned. Since the secret passage was blown up, Macklin should have been forced to return to his room at this time. And to get to Macklin's room, the 3 eastern districts were an area that had to be passed through. The key was that the hurried footsteps downstairs made it clear to him that the armed forces in the building had begun to gather in his direction. If his movements were slow, the only outcome left for him would be to be surrounded by countless firepower, which would be a miserable end. The military boots slowly took 2 steps forward without making any sound. Sulu narrowed his eyes and slowly and steadily scanned every corner of the office through the scope of the Kian light machine gun without a trace of trembling. Suddenly, a green plant that was about the height of a person by the floor-to-ceiling window swayed. Under the cover of the morning light, a militant opened fire at him. Because of the sunlight, Sulu narrowed his eyes. Even though he knew that the other party had fired, he didn't make any evasive movements. He just steadily pointed the muzzle in that direction. With a few clear sounds, the wall beside Sulu was pierced with a few bullet holes. The wallpaper was filled with a burnt smell, and it began to flutter in the air. Almost at the same time, his finger pulled the trigger. Following the clear feeling of the recoil and the muffled sound, the green plants by the window scattered, and smoke rose. The green leaves scattered, and the militant who had been silently hiding behind them didn't even make a sound. He leaned back and fell to the ground. Sulu suddenly turned around and pulled the trigger at an extremely fast speed. He accurately shot through the light blue partition and killed a militant in the 11 o'clock direction on his left. He held the Kian light machine gun horizontally, narrowed his eyes, and fired quickly and accurately. In less than 7 seconds, more than 20 bullets had been fired, valiantly suppressing the militants hiding in the corners of the 3 eastern districts, making them unable to move. Occasionally, there were bullets whistling past his body, but his aiming speed was too fast. He just stood on the flat ground at the entrance of the 3 eastern districts. The Kian in his hand spat out flames at a certain rhythm. The militants didn't dare to poke their heads out, so naturally there was no accuracy. But in such a battlefield, this guy actually dared to stand and break in. It could only be said that he had seen through life and death. He had already walked 7 steps into the 3 eastern districts. The back of the Kian hit his shoulder heavily. He didn't miss a single shot, and once again pulled the cold trigger on his finger. The sharp bullet line shot straight forward, bringing a cluster of light smoke, and shot the hand holding the gun that had just reached out from behind the desk into countless pieces of minced meat. Screams sounded. At the same time, intensive gunshots sounded, instantly shattering the dead silence in the office and the monotonous gunshots from before. Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he realized that the real firepower in this office was much more powerful than what was shown before. The personal armed forces of Macklin had been waiting until now just to let him go deep into the 3 eastern districts, and there was no escape. The sky was full of bullets whistling. Su Li's face was pale, and the power in his body all burst out at this moment and passed to the military boots. The soles of the boots bloomed in an instant, and the inhuman power stomped on the ground. The dark carpet was broken into pieces, and his body had already fallen back. He tightly curled up, and like a reverse arrow, he fell back toward the entrance. No matter how powerful a person was, he couldn't run faster than a bullet. He didn't know if Feng Yu or that old man Lisa Philadelphia could do it, but in Su Li's mind, normal people couldn't do this. So when the intensive gunshots sounded, he knew that he had no other choice but to dodge. In the air, he scattered the Kian in his hand with full power, continuously pouring bullets, wanting to suppress some of the firepower that had been waiting for this moment. While he was still in the air, 2 meters away from the entrance of the 3 eastern districts, Su Li's body had already shrunk, trying to reduce his size as much as possible. The barrel of the Kian in his hand had already started to turn red, and the office was filled with terrifying screeching sounds. A deeper gunshot sounded, and Su Li's body in the air seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. He flew back even faster and directly fell to the ground. He was shot 3 times, and the most fatal one was the last one in the chest. When the first gunshots sounded in the building of the Four States Peace Foundation in S2, gunshots also sounded in the distant S1 Charter Square, which was more solemn and dignified than usual. At the guardrail under the statue of the Group of Five in Charter Square, a row of Federation soldiers in dark military uniforms stood there with solemn expressions. Their hands were tightly gripping the shiny metal guns in front of their chests. Their movements were beautiful and clean as they raised the guns over their shoulders, aimed at the sky, and fired. The gunshots were neat and uniform, as if one person was firing. As the gunshots spread out in spirals, the deliberately added colorful powder turned into white smoke in the clean winter air, and the gunfire was beautiful. The fat white pigeons on the lawn were already suffering from the cold winter, so they lazily hid in the pigeon house set up by the Square Management Center to keep warm. Suddenly, they were awakened by the crisp gunshots. Their instinct buried deep in their bones made them start to fear. Perhaps they thought of the miserable past of their ancestors being eaten by humans, so they all drilled out of the pigeon house and tried to fly away in horror. However, they were already too fat, and it was unknown whether the tips of their wings had degenerated or been cut off. How could they fly high into the snowy sky? They could only clumsily flutter around, looking like the pitiful hens in the ancient chicken farms recorded in movies at the Parliament Square connected to Charter Square. A series of gunshots also sounded at this time. However, unlike the fat pigeons on the lawn, on both sides of the stone steps of the Parliament building, on both sides of the lake opposite the Parliament Mountain, on the lawn, the ordinary citizens who came to watch the ceremony, as well as the officials and parliamentarians on the viewing platform, all had smiles and pride on their faces. There was no trace of panic. This was the inauguration ceremony of the Federation president. Not a funeral, so only a series of gunshots rang out, followed by the sound of cannon salutes. It was already 10 o'clock, and the rumbling of cannon salutes rang through the sky, waking up all the sleepy people in the capital's special district. In fact, no matter how unconcerned they were with politics or how much they ridiculed the Federation government, they would probably wake up today to watch this grand event. After all, it was a grand event that happened once every 5 years. In fact, the people of the entire universe, whether it was nighttime or dawn, were all watching Charter Square, Parliament Mountain, and the core of the Federation through television. The two connected squares at the front and back of Parliament Mountain were already filled with people, and people were whispering with joy. The Federation welcomed a new president, and in the context of great reconciliation, even the president's political enemies could not dig up any misdeeds, so the citizens of the Federation had high expectations for the new government. The news channel of the Federation TV station and a few other major television stations had already set up countless broadcasting stations, and the heavy cameras were like black holes of cannons aimed at the people attending the inauguration ceremony and transmitted the sincere or fake smiles on their faces to thousands of households. The wireless cameras that hovered around the viewing platform and the stone steps of Parliament Mountain were like loyal roaming sentries, vigilantly watching the surroundings and transmitting all the details that were worth paying attention to back to the broadcasting vehicles, such as the material of the oath-taking platform on the stone steps of Parliament Mountain and the faces of the political bigwigs on the viewing platform. The viewing platform was connected to the stone steps of Parliament Mountain, and the old man who stood closest to the oath-taking platform was the president of the Federation Parliament. This vice president come president was ending his political career today, but looking at his expression, he was quite relaxed and at ease. Beside the president was naturally the vice president, and the vice president's expression was a bit heavy. After the new president was inaugurated, he still had to carry out his duties in the majestic Parliament building, and he just had to cooperate with the new president. Perhaps he was thinking about this, or perhaps he had already started thinking about the parliamentary election in a few years. A few members of the National Security Council were also at the back. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Federation, the commander of the 1st Military Region, General Miles, stood at the front with a cold expression, and beside him were the commanders of the 2nd Military Region and the 3rd Military Region, the cameraman of the Federation News Channel, wearing sunglasses, controlled the suspended camera on the arm and slowly flashed past the faces of these important people. These important people had been through who knows how many big scenes, and they maintained their facial expressions extremely well, without a trace of trembling at all. On the contrary, the staff in the temporary broadcasting center behind the Parliament building were excited by the familiar faces that flashed past on the camera. All the important people of the Federation government, Parliament, and military were present, and this was a rare scene. The female 3-star Federal Fleet General Hong Yuliang had come. This middle-aged female general, who was used to drifting in the universe, stood calmly in the crowd, unassuming but exceptionally eye-catching, because everyone knew that she rarely landed on the surface of a planet in the past few years. During President Sieg's inauguration ceremony last time, she was still far away near the Bermuda Space Passage and did not return to S1 at all. Who was the middle-aged general beside her, wearing a dark military uniform with a cold and indifferent expression? The reporters in the broadcasting center looked at that face and simultaneously sucked in a cold breath. Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region, far away in the Westwoods, actually came as well. When did he arrive at the capital? Why was there no news yet? The leader of the 7 major families of the Federation and the most powerful military general of the Federation, who had been absent from 2 presidential inauguration ceremonies in a row, actually came in person this time. Tens of thousands of spectators had gathered in front of the Parliament Hill, but the focus of the news was still on the important people on the viewing platform. The citizens watching the news on TV curiously identified the identity and power of these important people, and they were unusually excited. The big shots on the viewing platform, the reporters in the broadcast center, the higher-ups of the major television stations who were watching all of this, and the reporters who were waiting to submit their manuscripts silently looked at the faces that were familiar or should have been familiar but had become somewhat unfamiliar. However, they were not as excited as the ordinary people. Instead, they felt a trace of a strange emotion, but this emotion was positive and encouraging. Everyone had arrived, even the eccentric General Hong and Commander Zhong, who had always been indifferent to the Federation, had arrived. This demonstrated an atmosphere of great unity that had never been seen before. In front of the threat of the empire, after the turmoil of the 67th year of the constitutional era, all of the important people with foresight in the Federation felt the importance of unity. President Pabre's administration undoubtedly ushered in the most beautiful beginning. Amidst the resounding applause, excited shouts, and happy whistles, Mr. Pabre, the president-elect of the Federation, accompanied by his wife and President Sig, slowly walked from the side to the stone steps of the Parliament building. This was the first time Pabre stood at the highest point of the Federation, but this lawyer-turned-politician did not panic at all. He shook hands with President Sig, smiled, and whispered a few words, and then walked to the front of the oath stage. The sea of people in the square at the foot of the Parliament building immediately became even more excited, and the guests on the viewing platform also began to extremely politely applaud. President Pabre was born into a family of miners in the Donglin district. His difficult childhood and later arduous military career left behind dark marks on his face full of perseverance. And his 10 years of work as a public interest lawyer allowed his thick lips to say countless words that would make the hearts of the audience swoon. However, today, President Pabre said nothing. He only raised both of his arms and raised them high towards the people in the square who passionately supported him. Gradually, the square became quiet. President Pabre narrowed his eyes and watched the dense crowd. He turned his head to look at his wife, who had hot tears in her eyes, and then looked at his election partner, Vice President Byron. He cast a slightly simple and honest smile, and then turned his head back. After the collapse of the dynasty in the distant past, human society entered the stage of electoral politics. No matter how the name of society changed, whether it was the Republic or the Federation, but after so many years, only this presidential election gave the Federation people a very different feeling. Because in this presidential election, two outliers, Senator Pabre and Senator Macklin, had appeared. In countless years of elections, there had never been a story of a person without any family background, starting from the bottom of society and standing on the glorious stage of Federation politics in one fell swoop. But this time, two people had appeared at once. President Pabre quietly looked at the people below the stage, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. The wrinkles on his lips became very deep, as if they were carved with a knife. They were firm and gave people a feeling of trust. There were many people in the Federation who passionately supported him, at least not less than Macklin's support. However, in the election, this politician had always calmly controlled the emotions of his supporters, and in order to not let the Federation fall into chaos, he had carried out countless difficult and even somewhat passive efforts. However, reality proved that he was the final victor. My victory is the victory of the common people. President Pabre looked at the crowd below the stone steps and suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was exceptionally free and unrestrained. After the laughter gradually stopped, he extended his right index finger and pointed at the people who were full of joyful smiles. His palm was broad and thick, and his fingers were slender and strong. He loudly said, "It is your victory, the victory of the common people, your victory." In the Winter Capital Special District, on Parliament Hill, Charter Square, the Lawn, the Calm Lake, and every corner of the Federation, the miners who had been guarding the resource planet for several years, the warriors patrolling the border, the students in the dormitory, and all kinds of people were excited by these words. The cheers resounded in front of Parliament Hill, and the sound was deafening. Behind the oath-taking platform, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who was in charge of presiding over today's oath-taking ceremony, opened his sleepy eyes, as if he did not know what had happened. In an extremely inconspicuous position in the second-to-last row of the viewing platform, Lady Ty, wearing a black imitation leather coat, calmly looked at the president in the distance. She covered her mouth with her gloved right hand and coughed softly a few times. Hearing the cheers around her, she unnoticeably frowned. "This is the victory of the common people. This is your victory." On the news screen in the office, President Pabre was loudly saying these words. There was a sea of people in the square, and it was a magnificent sight. The white-haired Senator Macklin had a haggard expression on his face, but when he saw this scene, he could not help but laugh mockingly. He softly said, "An eloquent speaker who uses the common people as his clothes." As the loser of the presidential election, Macklin was not too dissatisfied to be able to escape unscathed. His haggard expression mainly came from waking up early that morning and the current situation he was in. This senator, who was highly respected by the people at the bottom of the Federation, wore a white shirt that was dyed with black and yellow spots. There was also a lingering stench that seeped out of his body. The news on the television continued. Not far away, the dense gunshots continued to sound, chilling to the heart. Senator Macklin's face was a little pale. He took a wet towel and wiped the dirt and dust on his body in disgust. Although his residence was behind the office, and there was a huge shower and the most luxurious wave jacuzzi, as the target of an assassination, he really did not have the mood or time to enjoy these things amidst the roaring gunshots. "We have to leave immediately, Mr. Senator," Macklin's confidential secretary said with a pale face and a trembling voice. "Since the other party can even blow up the escape tunnel, they must be a very large organization. Maybe they are people from the mountains. We don't know if the federal army will come to help. The security forces in the building alone will definitely not be able to withstand it." The moment the alarm sounded, the staff in the senator's office helped Senator Macklin, who had woken up early, into the secret tunnel and prepared to leave directly into the underground parking lot. However, no one expected that just as they were about to walk out of the secret tunnel, there would be a terrifying explosion above the tunnel. The power of the explosion directly collapsed the top of the tunnel, and 7 staff members in the senator's office died in the rubble. It was the cautious Senator Macklin who had deliberately waited until the end, and he managed to escape with his life. However, the dust, feces, and urine that were blasted out by the explosion still drenched the people who were lucky enough to escape with their lives. Senator Macklin frowned and glanced at his secretary. He thought of his secretary, Helen, and felt even more dissatisfied. However, Helen had already been killed by him in the terrorist attack, so there was no benefit in reminiscing about her past. The senator wiped his white hair with a wet towel and threw the smelly towel on the ground. He turned back to look at the strong soldier beside the chair and asked in a low voice, "How long until the helicopter arrives?" "The intruders are too fast. Even if the military receives the order to request for help, it will take at least 20 minutes. The soldier did not have an epaulet and did not belong to any department of the Federation government. He was Senator Macklin's most trusted subordinate and had been Macklin's orderly many years ago. Later on, he began to lead the armed forces in the building to protect Senator Macklin's career in this universe. What do you suggest?" Although Senator Macklin was in a sorry state, he still managed to maintain a calm expression. The continuous gunshots and the occasional explosion not far away could not make the weather-beaten old man panic. "There are not many intruders. The internal surveillance confirmed that only one person entered the building," the soldier said in a low voice. "One person?" Macklin's brows furrowed, and he snapped rudely, "How is the safety work done? It's my fault. However, there is a very powerful sniper on the peak in the northeast." The soldier replied quickly and calmly, "Whether we evacuate from the ground now or wait for the helicopter to leave, it will be very dangerous. The sniper must be waiting for this moment. The Federal Army's conventional sniper weapons can't have such a long range." He continued to analyze. "I think it's an experimental ACW. Senator, I suggest that we stay in the building and wait for reinforcements." According to the feedback from the communication device, the reinforcements outside the building have rushed over. Since there is only one person, it is impossible for him to break into this room in front of our security forces. Then, how did he break into the building? The secretary retorted sharply, and then suggested to the senator in a trembling voice, "That person must have other helpers. Mr. Senator, let's retreat first. Since the sniper outside has been exposed, the Special Task Force must be dealing with him now." The Special Task Force's response can't be slow, but it will take some time for the people to deal with the sniper to arrive. The key is, can those agents handle it? The soldier glanced at the secretary and saluted Senator Macklin. "Comrade Senator, please believe in our strength and determination. There is a safe house in the office, and this is the safest place." "Okay." Senator Macklin did not think for long and agreed to the arrangement. He slowly sat back on the soft sofa and watched the presidential inauguration ceremony on the television tiredly. He said slowly, "Are you confident?" "Yes," the soldier said calmly. That person has been surrounded at the entrance of the 3 eastern districts. Everyone is rushing over. Even if he is Li Pifu, only death awaits him today. After the first round of shooting, Shi Qinghai carried the heavy ACW and its accessories, stepped on the red leaves, and rushed to the foot of the mountain. He knew that his position had been exposed, and the enemy would definitely come to suppress him immediately. However, the reason he rushed down the mountain was not to change his sniping position, but to change his role in the plan today. He wanted to provide as much effective support as possible to Madman Su in the building. Breathing heavily and with heavy footsteps, Shi Qinghai ran all the way. He knew very well that the ACW in his hand could not determine the outcome of the battle, just like how the new MX Mecha could not determine the outcome of the war between the Federation and the Empire. The agents of the Special Task Force were originally used to block bullets for important political figures. How could they be blocked by an anti-material rifle? Previously, Shi Qinghai's shooting at the top of the mountain had stopped the Special Task Force for 2 minutes. This was taking advantage of the mutual distrust between Senator Macklin's office and the government. However, only the commander of the Special Task Force would come to his senses and realize that he had failed in his duty. He would definitely rush to the building at all costs. The development of the facts was just as Shi Qinghai expected. The shadow of death could not stop the Special Task Force. When he rushed down the mountain, more than a dozen agents of the Special Task Force had already rushed into the building fearlessly, ready to block Su Li's escape route. The staff of the security company also rushed in with the Special Task Force. Shi Qinghai rushed to the foot of the mountain. He listened attentively to the gunshots in the building. His heart gradually became heavy, because the obvious muffled sound of the Qian gun had stopped, but the gunshots of the enemy were getting more and more frequent. After entering a suitable distance, Shi Qinghai reinstalled the ACW and pulled the trigger. The thick barrel had no fire, only smoke. 2 smoke bombs with long tails penetrated the glass wall of the 3 eastern districts of the Foundation building and fell in. Chapter 296. The dark ventilation duct was full of dust, and gunshots rang out from time to time. Several holes were shot in the metal ventilation wall, and thin pillars of white light shone in. It looked like an unreal scene. Su Lu dragged his travel bag and crawled in the ventilation duct. The design of the ventilation duct of the Foundation building was very strong, and it would never give intruders any chance to escape. Although the cautious Senator Macklin was no longer the tough soldier he used to be, he was very mature when it came to security. Warm blood flowed out from the wound, bringing with it dust, turning into a sticky substance, making people feel very uncomfortable. Su Lu breathed in the stale air and crawled quickly in the ventilation duct. He did not care about his wound and the pursuit that might be caused by the sound. In fact, he was still hiding in the 3 eastern districts and could not get rid of the omnipresent gunfire. In fact, he did not want to get rid of it, nor did he want to leave. He jumped down from the ventilation duct and landed on his left leg first. A sharp pain entered his brain and almost made him fall to the ground. This was the pantry of the office area, and no one was there for the time being. Su Lu sat down by the coffee machine and lowered his head to breathe quickly. Only then did he have a chance to see where he was shot. Earlier, he had been ambushed by the powerful armed men around Macklin in the 3rd East District. Then, the Special Task Force agents and more than 30 security guards from the security company rushed into the building and surrounded him. If he hadn't thrown the 4 rolling grenades and caused temporary chaos, he wouldn't have been able to escape from that place. Did he leave? No. The outside of the room was full of heavily armed enemies. As soon as he showed his head, he would definitely end up in a honeycomb. After a short breath, Su Lu felt that in addition to the wound on his left leg, there were also two painful places on his body. He looked down and saw that the trousers on his left leg had been completely torn, and a piece of shrapnel had cut directly under his knee. If it had been a little higher, his knee would have been shot, and it would have been difficult for him to walk. He was shot twice in the chest and abdomen, and the conical bullets were deeply embedded in the interlayer of his underwear. The huge impact compressed the two bullets and made them look like round platinum nails used by girls for decoration. Su Lu frowned and used all his strength to pull them down. He found that the place where he was shot was extremely painful. He didn't know if his ribs were broken. If it hadn't been for the thin, hard bulletproof vest from Whitewater Company, he would have already met George Carlin. Escaping from death, he didn't feel much joy. His heart was heavy. He took a deep breath and mobilized the scorching power behind his waist, causing his body to tremble. Especially around his injured left leg. The muscle fibers were forcefully squeezing and rubbing together, increasing the pain of the wound. Blood also spurted out, but for some reason, the wound gradually turned white, and no more blood flowed out. At this time, a very soft sound suddenly came from outside the pantry. Su Lu clenched the can in his hand and lowered his head to listen attentively. Although he couldn't confirm the number of people, he knew that it was definitely not a small number. He slowly lowered his body. Instead of hiding behind the door, he squatted on the other side of the door. Sure enough, there was a burst of concentrated gunfire. The high-density plastic door was instantly shot with countless holes by the gunfire outside the door, splashing wood and plastic shards everywhere. Su Lu silently squatted at the bottom of the door, avoiding the spurting bullets and risking his life to wait. After the door was kicked open, Su Lu didn't care about the first person with a gun at all. Instead, he flashed out from behind that person, raised his gun, and fired continuously, killing the two people in front of him. In the shortest amount of time, he threw himself under a cubicle desk. Just as he fell heavily to the ground, gunshots rang out in the office in the East 3rd District. A barrage of bullets rained down on his hiding spot. The bullets shattered the small decorations on top of the cubicle. The small crystal objects and dolls that the ladies liked to put in the office experienced a second brutal blow and were scattered in all directions. The light blue heart partition material, under such intense gunfire, gradually fell apart. Fortunately, it wasn't made of tofu slag. Although it didn't play a big role, it still resisted for a while. During this time, Su Lu silently crawled toward the window in the smoke and gunfire. From the moment he rushed into the building, he had already put life and death behind him. But at this moment, accompanied by the shrill gunfire and the cold metal music, he really smelled the smell of death. Motherf asterisk cur. At this time, he couldn't raise his head at all. The whistling sound of the bullets around him mixed together and became a horrible sound. The hard objects that kept shattering around him reminded him that the human body couldn't withstand this kind of harvest of death. His mood was extremely cold and gloomy. He didn't even notice that the bullets that were shooting around once again hit his thigh. At this time, the floor-to-ceiling glass curtain of the 3 eastern districts suddenly broke. 2 metal objects flew in, instantly releasing a large amount of smoke that quickly enveloped the entire floor. Then 2 more smoke bombs were shot in, and the smoke became thicker. Even the things that were close to him couldn't be seen clearly. The dense gunfire that was moving in this direction suddenly became fierce, and then sparse. Everyone in the office temporarily stayed in their positions and didn't move. The federal military provided a smoke bomb. Under the cover of the smoke, Lu quietly moved his position and hid behind a safe with a pale face. With the knowledge of guns he learned from Magnolia, he easily recognized what it was that allowed him to live for a few more minutes. He knew that there was someone covering him outside the Foundation building, but it was not Secretary Bai. However, the effect of the smoke bomb could only last for 3 minutes. The well-trained security personnel in the building obviously knew this, so they didn't rush blindly. Instead, they occupied all the corridors and coldly waited for the smoke to disperse. Only 3 minutes to live. Lu took a few quick breaths, lowered his head, and wiped the blood on his face. He gently put the Kian in his hand on the ground, took out the last 2 long pistols from the travel bag, and then slowly and steadily began to install the silencer. The biggest reason why today's operation was in such a precarious situation was because the Magnolia in the mountain had failed to successfully control the monitoring system in the Golden Foundation building again. Without the help of the monitoring system, Lu was equivalent to a blind man, and the other party could clearly find his location. At this time, the smoke was extremely thick, and everyone became blind for 3 minutes. But what would happen after 3 minutes? Lu lowered his head and pursed his dry lips. His eyes narrowed, and there was a strange smile on his face. He didn't want to think about what would happen after 3 minutes. Uncle said that humans are the best machines. He wiped the cold sweat from his palms, took a deep breath, and tightly held the cold long handle of the pistol. He kept muttering to himself in his heart, Lu, you are a machine. You won't get hurt, you won't get tired. This was probably self-hypnosis when facing a desperate situation. Only in this difficult and dangerous environment would he not lose the last of his courage and confidence. However, no matter how much he hypnotized himself, he knew that his eyesight and hearing were better than the average person. But after all, he was not the omniscient and omnipotent creator, and he was not the eyes that could look down on all living beings. The people surrounding him were all well-trained professional soldiers and professional agents of the Special Task Force. He couldn't kill them with just the smoke, but he still had to stand up and finish this matter. So Lu frowned and tried not to think about the miserable wounds on his body. He exerted strength in his waist and abdomen, preparing to stand up and continue shooting. Then he would be shot until he died. In the Capital Special District, in front of the Parliament Hill, countless people quietly watched the long stone steps on the oath platform with eyes full of concern. At this time, no one noticed that in the second last row of the viewing platform, there was a lady in a black coat. She received a phone call, and then a strange look flashed through her calm expression. In the same inconspicuous position of the viewing platform, the heads of the Lee family and the Lin family, who deliberately kept a low profile at this prominent moment, seemed to have received some kind of message at the same time. The expressions on their faces changed, and then they immediately returned to normal. They looked at the stone steps seriously. I solemnly swear that I will faithfully carry out the duties of the President and use all my strength to protect the Charter of the Federation. Vice President Byron had finished his oath. At this time, the one who put his hand on the thick charter was President-elect Pabre. His voice was very stable, and his feelings were sincere. What followed was a 10-minute speech. On this day, we are gathered together because we choose hope over fear and meaningful unity over disputes and discord. On this day, we have come to declare that those useless complaints and false promises have come to an end. Those mutual accusations and old dogmas that have warped our politics for a long time have come to an end. President Pabre used a grave expression to watch the crowd in the square. Under the threat of the empire, under the threat of the Federation's unfairness, should we sit and wait for the judgment of the Creator, or should we do our best to do something? In the history of the Federation, there has never been a lack of people who have pleaded for the people. And in the history of the Federation, in the face of the dark era and decadent oppression, there have always been people who dared to stand up and release their own roar. I admire this type of person. I want to tell these people that no matter where you are in the universe, as long as you respect the principles of the Federation and the spirit of the Charter, I welcome you to S1, to the capital, to the Federation government. Sulu didn't hear the content of President Pabre's speech. In the smoke and ruins, he prepared to stand up, but his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he saw something inconceivable. Chapter 297. That autumn more than 2 years ago, Uncle Foam, you had put that bracelet on Su Li's wrist. From then on, many strange things had happened to him. He had swapped out the chip on the back of his neck. He had entered the black dream while unconscious, and in the dream, he had seen that great and terrifying existence. That existence had not erased his existence, but had instead been silently watching over him. Furthermore, at the crucial moment when he was fighting for the laboratory data, he had helped him. The Federal Central Computer, which had distributed the glory of the Charter, had once injected countless complex and advanced blueprints into his brain in order to awaken him from his coma. It was also by relying on these blueprints that Sulu had been able to enter the Shell Motor Company and had played an important role in the Federation's development of the new MX Mecha. Sulu had asked himself countless times, why would such a bizarre encounter that only appeared in novels, a storyline that no one had ever imagined, happen to him? At first, he had been terrified, worried that the Federal Central Computer would recognize his identity as a fugitive and kill him at every moment. Later on, he had become numb and lost, and had some thoughts of throwing caution to the wind. His courage and directness in dealing with the things and people around him probably had something to do with this absolute sense of insecurity. After that, he had gotten used to the black dream that had appeared in his mind. That extremely polite old thing had spoken in a flat tone, and he had vaguely caught on to something. For some unknown reason, the cornerstone of the Federation's society, the glory of the Charter, which had spread throughout the universe, did not seem to want him to die. At least, he could not die now. Therefore, before he had come to S2 to do the most important thing in his life, he had mustered up the courage to initiate contact with the other end of the Black Dream. The other end of the Black Dream had reacted to him, but there had been no results. It was not until he had entered the interior of the Golden Foundation building, running for his life amidst the hail of bullets, that the great existence had once again appeared in his mind, in front of his eyes, by his side, and the moment it had appeared, it had given him endless shock. The architectural blueprints that appeared in Su Li's eyes did not shock him. The database of the Federation's central computer contained all the details of this world. Furthermore, he had long been used to the scene in front of his eyes. The more complicated architectural designs in the past also abruptly appeared in front of his eyes like this. Now, he naturally understood that this was not because he had epilepsy, nor was it because the bioelectric current in the chip behind his neck was disrupted. Instead, it was because the omnipotent central computer of the Federation was inputting data to him. What shocked him was the light spots in the blueprints, as well as the long series of citizen numbers on the light spots. Each light spot represented a person in the building. If one focused on the light spots would become clearer, revealing the outline of the human body. One could clearly see the location of the person and their movements. From this detail, it could be determined that not only did the Federal Central Computer use the chip to locate the specific location of everyone in the room, but it also directly used the highest authority to take over the Golden Foundation's internal monitoring network. What did this mean? This meant that at this time, Sulu could clearly grasp every detail of the environment around him through his own eyes. The 3 eastern districts of the office were full of thick fog, reducing the visibility to the lowest level. Even if he used the infrared thermal imaging device equipped by the military, he was afraid that it would not be able to quickly distinguish between friend and foe. At this time, the blueprints in his eyes that could change at will and the light spots that represented the enemy seemed to have given him a pair of eyes that could see through the fog, even the walls and camouflage. In the world of the Federation, no one could escape the glory of the Charter. At this time, the glory of the Charter bathed Su Li's body. It was as if he had gained a pair of omniscient and omnipotent eyes that could overlook the world from space, capturing every detail and every target. Su Li's body felt a burst of coldness and an incomparably complicated heat. These two completely different emotions intertwined in his heart. He should have been incomparably excited because he had a perspective and ability that no one else in the universe could have, but he also felt endless fear. Why would the Federation's central computer grant him such terrifying authority and ability? What was hidden behind this matter? He had a pair of eyes that could see through everything and control everything. Could he still be considered a human? At the moment of life and death, even the cold and fear disappeared in an instant. With the blessing of the glory of the Charter, with such a pair of eyes that could see through everything, he might not have to die now and could finish the task at hand. Thinking of this, Su Li's whole body was hot and his face was pale. His narrowed eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the empty fog in front of him. His body trembled slightly in the heavy fog. He stood up quietly and slowly took off his shoes, stepped on the debris on the ground, and walked into the depths of the fog. It was not his eyes that could see through all obstacles, heaven and earth, but the three-dimensional map in his left eye. With his subtle movements, the map that appeared in his left eye made subtle adjustments to its perspective, and the virtual blueprints were perfectly consistent with the surrounding environment in reality. To be able to achieve real-time data synchronization and scene reproduction, probably only the omnipresent and omnipotent Federal Central Computer could do it, right? His left eye clearly showed the number of enemies and their positions, and even their movements were clearly displayed. Su Li narrowed his eyes, put a pistol back on his waist, and held the long pistol flat with both hands. He slowly moved and aimed at a point in the depths of the fog. There was dead silence all around. No one knew the position of each other. The very military people did not shoot randomly, but silently blocked all the passages, waiting for the moment when the fog dissipated. The security personnel of the Foundation would never have thought that Su Li had stood up at this time. Su Li silently aimed at the depths of the fog. The cold muzzle pointed at the chaos, and nothing could be seen clearly. However, in his left eye, there was a virtual human body that could not be clearer. That person was holding a long gun and vigilantly leaning against a corner of the wall. Su Li pulled the trigger in his hand, and his wrist trembled slightly. The gun barrel made a very low chirping sound, and the bullet shot into the depths of the fog. There was still the sound of cement fragments and plastic fragments falling around, and there was a subtle breathing sound. The light of the light tube above could not penetrate the thick fog, and it was very vague. The gunshot after the noise was suppressed, and in this dangerous environment, it was very difficult to attract people's attention. The bullet shot into the depths of the fog like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no reaction. Su Li narrowed his eyes, but from the light in his left eyelid, he could clearly see that the person's forehead had been hit with a warm color. He leaned against the wall with his head tilted and did not move at all. He should be dead. He died silently, and only the row of citizen numbers above his head gradually dissipated and went with the wind. Su Li's pupils shrunk helplessly. In this situation, he actually felt a sense of helplessness. It had to be said that it was a very strange thing. He did not have any further reaction to the unreal feeling that was similar to a game. Instead, he relied on his strong and thick nerves to silently and slowly turn around again. He pointed the muzzle at another direction in the depths of the fog. He silently pulled the trigger again, and another life quietly left the depths of the fog. The fog could last for about 2 minutes, and there were still more than 20 militants hidden in the 3 eastern districts. The thick white fog looked like beautiful white clouds floating on the mountainside. It covered the top of the autumn forest and the living creatures in the forest. The clouds, the fog, and the sky could no longer cover Su Li's eyes. He walked into the depths of the fog without making a single sound. He was like a barefoot shepherd boy walking among the white clouds in the mountains. However, this shepherd boy did not harvest grass or feed cows. He harvested lives for the sake of stubbornly moving forward. This was a completely unequal and unfair one-sided killing. After losing by Yulan's instructions through the earpiece, Su Lu became a blind man. Under the tracking of the Golden Foundation's internal surveillance network, he was in a very sorry state, and even miserable state, as he constantly fled. He was like a mouse caught by countless stray cats. No matter how he struggled, he would still end up dead in the end. But at this time his eyes saw light again, and what he saw was great light. He could see everything around him, but nothing around him could see his true appearance. In the cloud-like fog, he walked barefoot. Every time he stepped on the ground, he was extremely careful and did not make the slightest sound. Even if he stepped on a few sharp fragments and blood began to flow from the soles of his feet, he only frowned slightly and did not have the slightest reaction. The 2 gunshot wounds on his legs also affected his speed and pace. Relying on his superhuman muscle strength and control, he dragged his injured leg and silently and valiantly walked into the depths of the fog. He raised his gun and looked straight ahead, silently firing, and killed the enemies hidden in the fog in the corners and next to the file cabinets one by one. After Su Lu shot and killed 6 people, the rest of the people in the 3 eastern districts finally felt a trace of strangeness and a chill from the depths of their hearts. They did not know that many of their companions had quietly died, but the faint smell of blood that was faintly getting stronger and stronger, the occasional sound of touching, and the occasional soft chirping from time to time, made them faintly guess what was going on. The highly trained militants and the Special Task Force agents, who were responsible for the security of VIPs, realized that there was a huge problem with the situation at the scene almost at the same time. Almost at the same time, they could no longer bear the feeling of impending death in the silence. They chose the most dangerous, but also the most courageous and most effective method. After confirming each other's positions briefly with the internal communication device, the gunshots in the 3 eastern districts exploded in an instant. Dense bullets once again flew in the air, weaving into countless firepower nets that shrouded the entire area. After the silence was broken, there were muffled grunts, screams, and hurried calls. This place became a noisy and dangerous battlefield. They no longer cared about whether or not they would cause serious injuries. They only hoped that with their lives, they could take down the terrifying intruder hidden in the fog. In just a moment, several armed militants were killed or injured by their own gunfire. Just before the gunfire erupted again, Su Lu lowered his body in advance through the omniscient and omnipotent vision of his left eye. He dragged his heavily injured leg and quickly made his way to the left side of the fog. He was sure that there were no enemies here, and there was a safe here. He shrank his body behind the safe and held the gun with his head down. He listened to the whistling sound of bullets in the air in front of him and felt the environment around him where hard objects were scattered. He maintained absolute silence. The great light in his left, I could see the figures who raised their guns and fired into the fog. He could see where they were aiming, so in this chaotic and dangerous shooting, he was not hit. However, there were still a few high-speed bullets that swept in front of him, splashing the carpet fragments on the ground and the cement debris under the carpet, making crackling sounds. After silently counting 10 seconds, Sulu raised his head that had been buried deep in his arms. He narrowed his eyes and aimed at a certain spot in the fog in front of him. He held the long case pistol with both hands to maintain absolute stability. Control the entrance of the passage. Give feedback on the situation. A cold voice came from the fog. The owner of the voice hid his body behind the fog, and the desk, extremely cautious. Sulu narrowed his eyes and aimed at that spot. That spot was covered in fog, but his left eye had already seen through the smoke and the partition of the desk, accurately capturing the location of the other party. He gently pulled the trigger, and the bullet penetrated the smoke and the partition, accurately hitting the person's throat. Blood burst out of the person's throat, but Sulu only saw a warm color in a certain area with his left eye. The 3 eastern districts once again fell into a dead silence. The people's breathing became heavy, and they no longer deliberately suppressed it. This was because they found that no matter how they hid, it seemed that the intruder could find their location and kill them. In this dead silence, Sulu quietly moved toward one of the 2 exits under the cover of the fog. What the hell? In the temporary security command center in the auxiliary building of the Cultural and Arts Center, the captain of the Special Task Force of the Federation stared at the surveillance screen with a pale face, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. 7 surveillance cameras faithfully displayed everything that happened in the 3 eastern districts in front of his eyes. The problem was that all he could see at this time was only smoke. He could only hear the gunshots in the smoke and the sounds of all the combatants on his side dying. After all, the Peace Foundation was not a federal military base, and the Federation government would not give the building the authority to install a thermal imaging system. Even if there was, this member of the Special Task Force knew that at most he could see vague red and yellow figures in the smoke, but he could not distinguish between friend and foe. How did the intruder do it? At this time, he saw a picture from the corner of his eye. The door of the second exit of the 3 eastern districts flashed, and a guy in a guard uniform with a seriously injured left leg slowly walked out. Although this guy was not carrying the travel bag, the captain of the Special Task Force still recognized him at a glance. His pupils shrank slightly. Since this guy walked out of the smoke, what about the people in the smoke? The target is at the second exit. He forcibly suppressed the coldness and fear in his heart, stared at Sulu on the screen, and quickly issued an order. Block the front of the corridor and flank from the side. Then the captain of the Special Task Force saw a scene that had frightened him for many years. Chapter 298. The existence in the glory of the Charter didn't help Sulu enter the Federation's Special Task Force's communication channel, so he didn't hear the orders of the Special Task Force officer. He knew that security personnel would appear at the end of the side corridor, but he could see them. At this time, the walls and rooms inside the Foundation building had disappeared in his eyes. His left eye saw rows of virtual 3-dimensional images. He could see the enemies running wildly behind the walls. Those figures condensed from light spots were turning back from behind the walls, trying to kill him from the side. Sulu turned around and raised his gun, aiming at the side exit in advance. The running speed of the people behind the walls made it easy for him to calculate when they would appear. 3, 2, 1. He pulled the trigger in his hand. The moment the 3 enemies appeared at the end of the corridor, the bullets arrived. 3 flowers of blood bloomed, and the 3 people's bodies leaned back violently and fell heavily to the ground. After doing this thing that shouldn't be possible for humans, Su Lu dragged his seriously injured leg and walked forward. If he were an ordinary person with 2 bullets in the leg, he would have been unable to move long ago. But he was not an ordinary person, and the scene that happened before proved this. He just lowered his head, changed the magazine, and prepared for the next shot like a ghost. Walking through the dark corridor, he couldn't feel hesitant. Even if he had an indescribable feeling of confusion and fear about what happened to him, he was as careless and determined as ever. The moment he lowered his head and walked, he found that the road under his feet was more difficult than before, but also more comfortable. At this time, there was nothing that could stop his strong desire to finish this thing. He raised his hand and fired at will in the corridor, and the bullets were unrestrained, shooting down the people in front of him one by one. He walked straight forward without any worries. The world of freedom in his heart was not clear and lofty, but it was extraordinarily firm, blooming like a blood-colored flower that would never wither. In the 4 States Peace Foundation building, who knew how many blood-colored flowers bloomed? Su Lu, dragging his injured leg, killed a bloody path and came to the outside of the room with the door closed. The image in his left eye flashed slightly, and it showed that there were 3 people in the room. One of them had just stood up from the sofa, and the citizen number above that person's head started with SLB looked very familiar. Although the Federation strictly protected the privacy of its citizens, this citizen number was no secret to Su Lu. SL represented the Upper Forest region, while B represented S2. This person was Macklin. He was still in the room. It seemed that after the secret passage was blown up, Su Li's speed of breaking through the 3 eastern regions was too fast, so this counselor did not seize the opportunity to leave. What a fool! Su Lu sniffled and licked his dry lips. He raised the pistol in his hand and rested it on his wrist. He aimed behind the door and gently knocked on it. He stood in a very good position. He knew what the people behind the door were doing, and he also knew that there were still some security personnel who were trying to save Macklin's life. So he knocked on the door. As long as the person behind the door was a little further away from the wall, he could pull the trigger and directly kill that person. But it was clear that the bodyguard who was still with the counselor at the last moment was a very vigilant guy. Probably that person also knew that Su Lu seemed to have some kind of strange ability, so he hid his body perfectly behind the wall and did not give Su Lu any chance to shoot through. He's outside. The soldier with a cold expression leaned against the wall and said to Macklin, who was at the door of the office, "Counselor, you must go in immediately and close the safe house." Macklin's white hair was messy on the top of his head. The old politician silently looked at his most trusted subordinate, walked into the bedroom without hesitation, and pressed the button next to him. The sound of heavy components closing faintly came from behind the door. Su Li's thick eyebrows twitched. He knew what this meant. In the original plan, he did not expect to be able to do anything before the counselor hid in the safe house. But the clear sound of metal components closing still caused small bumps to appear on his back. He raised the gun and fired 3 shots at the lock of the door at a speed that did not match the rhythm. After a slight pause, he kicked the door open, threw his body forward, and rushed in. Before he broke the door, he had already determined the location of that person. While he was in the air, the barrel in his right hand had already opened fire, shooting at the wall on the right. The soldier who had been standing silently behind the wall was still silent and indifferent. Both sides were tightly holding an old-fashioned pistol. There was no epaulette on his shoulder, and there was a sharp military knife at his waist. His eyes were calm as he looked in the direction of the door. The most trusted bodyguard of Macklin was able to break through the layers of defense inside the Foundation building. He knew very well that today's intruder was not an ordinary person, so he was fully prepared. He was even prepared for failure. Therefore, when the door was kicked open, he immediately fired a shot. His body, however, turned around at an incredible speed. The barrel of the old-fashioned pistol spewed out beautiful flames, shooting at the black shadow that broke through the door. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of gunshots intertwined and resounded in the luxurious office. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and bullet holes were clearly visible on the walls and the floor. Before the smoke accumulated in the deep holes could rise, the two figures had already wrestled together like two fierce tigers. Sue Lu did not hit the soldier without epaulets. The soldier had experienced countless life-and-death gunfights in his life. Although he had the help of the glory of the Charter, which gave him unparalleled vision and predictive ability, at the critical moment of life and death, the silent soldier smelled danger in advance. Relying on a soldier's instinct on the battlefield, he reacted and narrowly avoided the soldier's continuous shots. The soldier also did not hit Sue Lu. Although his evaluation of this intruder had risen to terrifying, he still did not expect that an injured person could actually react like a human when he was about to land on the ground. The moment Sue Lu landed on the floor, his left palm slammed down fiercely. Relying on the huge force of the rebound, his body was forcibly shaken and bounced forward in the air. The soldier's bullets all brushed past his body and hit the floor. The soldier's pupils shrank sharply. At this moment, he thought of his previous suggestion to the committee member. At that time, he thought that in the encirclement of the 3 eastern districts, even if the Lees of Philadelphia personally came, it would be impossible to break through alone. However, this small-eyed man did it. Without any hesitation, the soldier without epaulets rushed over with a solemn face. His left hand clasped Sue Lee's right hand that was holding the gun, and his right hand holding the gun pressed against Sue Lee's abdomen. At this time, Sue Lee's left hand had already fiercely grabbed the soldier's right shoulder, and the long magazine pistol in his right hand immediately fired. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The two of them used their excellent military qualities to spring up and fight each other, twisting their bodies together. The soldier ignored the gun in Sue Lee's hand and bravely chose to die together with him. When people were not afraid of death, there were too many methods that could not be used. Sue Lu, whose right hand was tightly grabbed, passively accepted the other party's invitation to die. He did not have time to think about anything else and subconsciously pulled the trigger. One was muffled, the other was crisp. 2 gunshots sounded almost at the same time, bursting out from the 2 people's chest and abdomen. The gunfire suddenly burst out in the narrow space. At such a close range, there was no way for anyone to dodge the shots. It was as if there were 2 very strong ropes tied around the waists of Sue Lu and the soldier. The air in the office instantly froze, and the 2 people's bodies suddenly stopped. Then, they were hit by the huge impact of the bullet and were pushed back rapidly. The bullet hit the hard ceramic bulletproof vest, and it was unknown if it had penetrated it. The pale-faced Sue Lu did not care about that. He even suppressed the huge pain in that area and the urge to vomit blood that was beginning to accumulate in his chest. The moment he fell, his right foot hooked the soldier's ankle, and he forcefully bounced up again. He fiercely used his knee to hit the soldier's knee. With a cracking sound, the soldier's knee broke, but the soldier's eyes lit up. He did not care about Sue Lee's violent and ruthless hand skills in a small area. His left hand shot out like lightning and firmly gripped the back of Sue Lee's neck. The barrel of his right hand was slanted upwards, pointing at the soldier's chin. Both parties were extremely cautious in wearing bulletproof vests. At the beginning, the violent shooting at each other at close range could not completely knock them down. But At such a close range, if someone were to shoot at the neck, no one would be able to survive. At this time, Su Lu had already dropped the gun in his hand. There were no more bullets in the gun. He used the bend of his elbow to hit the soldier's collarbone. At the same time, he used the fastest speed to pull out the military knife that he had not used before. The all-black long-case pistol fell on the floor with a bang. The two people who were tangled together in a dangerous situation also fell heavily to the ground. Like a flash of light, Su Lu roared. His right hand tightly gripped the military knife and viciously stabbed at the soldier's heart from above. The soldier used his uninjured right leg to hold Su Li's body tightly. The muzzle of his right hand was in an extremely narrow range, pointing at the soldier's chin. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. It was the reflection of the military knife. He was not afraid at all, because he was wearing a soft pottery bulletproof vest. It was enough to withstand the explosive strike of such a sharp, cold weapon. Even if it could not block it, so what? If I die, you will die too. The soldier without the epaulets was very willing to use his own life to exchange for the other's life. After the flash of light in his eyes, there was a look of determination and relief. The sharp military knife pierced through the soldier's uniform and opened a small hole in the soft pottery bulletproof vest. It encountered an extremely strong resistance. It was like a bamboo pole that was stuck in a quagmire that was about to freeze in the winter. It was difficult to move forward, but it also could not be pulled out. The soldier's finger was already ready to pull the trigger. He was ready to see the flash of gunfire in front of his eyes and smash the head of the silent, small-eyed man into pieces. Su Li's eyes were especially bright at this moment. They were squinting like the crescent moon. The sound of electric current was heard. The blue arc flashed at the front of the military knife. A look of disbelief flashed in the soldier's eyes. His finger on the cold trigger kept trembling, but he could not press it down no matter what. At the same time, his body began to tremble violently. A faint burnt smell filled the room. The valiant professional soldier, Su Lu, who had powerful abilities, did not faint from the electric current. After a moment, the two people gradually regained control of their bodies. At this most critical moment, Su Li's face was abnormally pale. His eyes were abnormally bright. He extracted all of the strength in his body and transferred it to his limbs. He forced half of his body to stretch out. He used his elbow to remove the gun barrel that was pressed against his chin. His left hand pressed on his right wrist. Ah! He let out a fierce shout as he stared at the unfamiliar face of the soldier below him. He exerted all the strength in his body, transferring it from his hands to the sharp military knife in his hand. The military knife slowly broke through the soft pottery bulletproof vest. It sank down bit by bit. It pierced the skin, pierced the flesh, slid past the ribs, pierced the joints, and slowly pierced into the smooth surface of the heart. The soldier without epaulets stared at the young man's face in front of him. He opened his mouth and wanted to make some sound, but could only make these unconscious sounds. He felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his body. He felt like his sternum was all broken. He also felt like there was a fine needle gently pricking his skin. With a poochie sound, all the sharp military thorns pierced into his heart. The soldier's body trembled violently. Su Lu lowered his head and pressed on the soldier's body, desperately suppressing the tremors. In the end, there was no more reaction. This soldier had followed Chairman Macklin for 20 years, from Green Dragon Mountain all the way to South Cajot. He had killed countless people for the sake of the great cause of the committee. Although he didn't have epaulets, he was undoubtedly an absolute powerhouse on the battlefield. But today, when facing this small-eyed man, he did not expect that the military knife would have an electric current. He did not expect that the other party could have such terrifying strength to be able to pierce the bulletproof vest with the military knife. So he died. He died very thoroughly. Sulu struggled to get up. He didn't look at the soldier at his feet, who was staring at him with wide eyes and the blood flowing out of his eyes. He just clutched his chest and dragged his heavily injured body into the office. On the way, he saw the secretary in the confidential room, who was holding his head and trembling. He directly knocked him out. Walking into the luxurious bedroom and past the bathroom, Sulu narrowed his eyes and arrived at his destination today. This was a glass door that looked very weak. He lowered his head and greedily breathed in a few breaths of fresh air. Then he pulled out the pistol in his hand, aimed at the glass door, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. 17 bullets rapidly shot out, leaving a circle mark on the glass door. However, the glass door did not shatter. After killing so many people and bleeding so much blood, he finally saw his target, that grizzled-haired and solemn-looking Senator Macklin. At this time, the senator was sitting on a chair in the safe house with a calm face. He looked at him outside the glass door, his eyes showing pity and ridicule. Chapter 299. Despite the distance in the universe and the obstacles of thousands of mountains and rivers, Sulu did not hesitate to kill his way over. In the end, at the last moment, he was blocked by a glass door that looked very thin and brittle. That last step, heaven and earth could not block his eyes. The glass door in front of him was extremely clear, but it cast a layer of haze over his heart. The continuous shots left clear marks on the smooth glass door, but the glass door did not show any signs of shattering. He did not know what material it was made of, but it was so sturdy. Sulu and Macklin looked at each other calmly through the glass. This was the first time they had met in person, but the moment they saw each other, they were going to fight to the death. This was a safe house. In the official residences of the real political leaders of the Federation, they would often design such a place of last resort. However, most of the safe houses were mainly designed with high-strength alloys. Very few people would use transparent polymeric materials. Did this mean that the owner of this safe house had some kind of psychological abnormality? It was said that there was such a safe house in the White President's official residence in the Capital Special District. That safe house had an independent life support system and extremely strong defensive capabilities. It could directly resist the shots of battleships' main cannons outside the atmosphere or nearby super-strong explosions. It could also ensure that the president, who was hiding in the safe house, could live alone and safely for 7 days. Senator Macklin's safe house inside the Foundation building should not be more powerful than that one. However, without powerful heavy firepower, an ordinary assassin would never be able to take a step forward. Sulu had just arrived in front of Councilman Macklin after crossing mountains, rivers, and corpses. Was she going to be stopped by this layer of glass? This was the first time he saw Macklin in reality, but at this time, he did not look at the old statesman's demeanor or the last scene behind the glass. He just glanced at him and walked to the side of the glass door, stabbing the bayonet into the wallpaper. With a click, Sulu pried open the safe house's assembly control system. His blood-stained hands started to move, quickly separating the data cable from the power cable in the box, and then connecting them. He was so focused that he did not hear the gunshots that were getting louder and louder from behind the building. Macklin, who was behind the glass door, narrowed his eyes slowly. He did not know the killer outside, but he was very familiar with the young man's face. He was the nobody named Sulu. Although you are a genius engineer, don't expect to be able to open the safe house from the outside. His voice came out from the communication system in the corner of the safe house. His voice was slightly distorted. Okay. Okay. Su Lu did not pay attention to what he was saying and continued to focus on his work. He had obtained enough information from Green Dragon Mountain in advance to enter the Golden Foundation building single-handedly. Naturally, he would not forget this safe house. Although the speed of his advance was much slower than he had planned, allowing Macklin to successfully hide, Su Lu did not feel any despair or resentment in his heart. He had already made sufficient preparations. I've always been very curious about who would come to kill me, but I really did not expect that it would be you alone. Behind the glass door, Senator Macklin gently stroked a pen in his hand and sighed. He did not know how many life and death struggles he had experienced in his life, whether it was the expedition against the Empire, the internal purge of the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain, or the guerrilla warfare in the mountains later. If it were not for some kind of providence protecting him, he believed that he would have died long ago. Su Lu, who was outside the glass door, did not pay attention to him. He was still busy with his own work. Macklin narrowed his eyes as he watched this scene. He actually felt some appreciation for this extremely calm guy. Of course, it was more of a faint uneasiness and anger. Today, S1 was holding a presidential inauguration ceremony. As a politician without any family background, Macklin had spent most of his life taking a circuitous path in order to be able to ascend to the position of vice president. Yes, vice president, because the vice president was also the chairman of the Federation Management Committee. Only the Federation Management Committee could truly get close to the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation. Macklin narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he thought of many things that had happened many years ago. If he had not gone to Bermuda, perhaps he would still be a hot-blooded and upright veteran in the eyes of the Federation people. However, destiny was destiny after all, and this was something that no one could change. He did not think that he had failed. He believed that in the history of the universe, no one had been more successful than himself. Although he had not been able to ascend to the highest political throne in the Federation, after operating in the Federation for so many years, he had already obtained what that person had asked for his help to obtain many years ago. Macklin narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Lu, who was silently busying himself outside the door. He knew that the other party could not come in at all. As long as the backup forces inside the building or the Federation government's army rushed over, he would definitely be safe. However, he did not feel too much joy at surviving because in the original plan, he was supposed to take advantage of the inauguration ceremony in the capital to go to the faraway West Woods to visit the frontline soldiers, and then quietly disappear into the universe. All of this had been forcefully delayed by the small-eyed man outside the glass door. Thinking of this, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Macklin's lips. No one in the entire universe could really see through him. If it was the Federation who had discovered his secret, if it was the Bureau of Proclamation who had discovered his secret, perhaps he could accept it a little more. However, it was obvious that Su Lu, who was outside the glass door, did not know anything. The mission that he had used his whole life to complete was going to be ruined by the stubbornness and impulsiveness of a young man who did not know anything. Macklin could not help but touch his white hair and sigh in his heart. Su Lu, who was outside the door, seemed to have heard the sigh in his heart. He lowered his head and carried on with his work seriously. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "There's something I've been wanting to ask you face to face." It was strange to say that the heroic and cold assassin, the scheming target, had a temporary peace because of the glass door. They could even have a conversation that was extremely difficult to imagine. Macklin looked at him with a smile. "Please ask." Su Lu lowered his head and quickly answered. Without looking up, he asked, You were the one behind the incident in Linhai and the concert, right? Although countless evidence had already proven that Macklin was the cold-blooded and terrifying mastermind behind the scenes, Sulu still wanted to ask this person face to face. Yes. Macklin climbed up from the bottom. He was able to obtain the support of countless people in the Federation. He was able to walk the line between the government and the anti-government army. He was also able to obtain the help of countless higher-ups in the Federation. To be able to make someone like Zhang Xiaoming follow him to death, he must have a very outstanding side and his unique personality. Therefore, when Sulu asked this question, Macklin smiled and gave an affirmative answer without thinking. Sulu still lowered his head and asked, "Can you face your conscience?" Macklin, who was behind a glass door, after hearing this seemingly naive and childish sentence, became strangely silent. He thought of the factory and the companions he grew up in since he was a child. He thought of the comrades who bathed in blood with him. But then he thought of the indescribable loneliness and the lofty sense of mission in his heart all these years. He was surrounded by others. What an unbearable life this was. Conscience is when we realize the existence of the moral court in our hearts. Look at the planet under your feet. It's still rotating. Macklin's slightly inflected voice came from beside the glass door. What I do is in accordance with the moral court in my heart. Hearing this sentence, Sulu did not say anything. He silently completed the connection of the safe house's assembly system. He raised his wrist and said softly to his watch, "Can you hear me?" Cracking the safe house's password required a powerful computing platform. In the plan, this task should have belonged to the high-level workbench at the mountaintop, and the person operating the workbench should have been Magnolia. Secretary Bai's soft but reassuring voice did not come through the earpiece. Suli's heart gradually turned cold. During the later part of the assault, Magnolia at the mountaintop disappeared. He did not think that Secretary Bai had betrayed him at the most critical moment because Magnolia had an excellent opportunity to do so. Sulu was only worried that something might have happened to Magnolia at the mountaintop. Without the workbench to remotely decode the code, how could he open the safe house? Sulu should have confirmed this before the connection. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of time. But strangely, he did not seem to have such knowledge. Instead, he directly reconnected to the assembly system. With a soft beep, the 8 hidden buttons on the glass door outside the safe house were all locked. It was harder to break than before. He dragged his injured leg back to the glass door, raised the pistol, and narrowed his eyes to aim at the circle left by the bullet on the glass door. He pulled the trigger again. His heart was a little heavy and anxious. He was very confident in the glass door in front of him. However, at this time, the reinforcements had yet to arrive. The people from the 2nd Military Region had yet to arrive, and the helicopters had yet to arrive. The spaceship in the distant spaceport was still waiting for him. Would he be able to board the spaceship that did not require a ticket today? His heart was also a little heavy and anxious. Who knew how many light years away, in the star sector outside the Federation, there was a person whose heart was heavier and more anxious than Sulu and Macklin, who were on the brink of death. Lin Banshan, the top figure in the 2nd generation of the 7 major families in the Federation, the most famous rebel, and the one who could break the marriage alliance between the 2 families, was looking out of the glass window with a melancholy face. The glass window reflected his thin and cold face, which overlapped with the street view of the first administrative planet of Bermuda outside the window. It was somewhat unpredictable. The living environment of the Bermuda star sector was much more dangerous than that of the Federation. Even though it was the #1 administrative planet, the 4 seasons were much harsher. For example, it was late winter outside the window, and the temperature had dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius. The smugglers who should have been wandering on the streets had no choice but to return to their lairs or spaceships. Lin Banshan should have been in South Kazhou at this time, eating meat and drinking with his most trusted right-hand man, Zhang Xiaohua, while watching the presidential inauguration ceremony with a smile. But as early as 10 days ago, he quietly left the Federation and came to Bermuda alone. He, who was evaluated by Lady Tai as a hero in troubled times, left his roots and subordinates so easily and took the risk to secretly come here. Naturally, he had something important to do. Many years ago, he also came to the dangerous Bermuda alone like this and built his own empire in this chaotic land. In these 10 days, he was going to rely on the foundation he built back then to investigate the suspicious case from decades ago. Even Lin Banshan couldn't help but feel heavy and anxious when he thought of the suspicious case. He stood in front of the window, waiting for the results of the interrogation. His shoulders felt like they were cut by a knife, and he felt a little overwhelmed. He turned back and walked to his desk. The light screen that had not been turned off for a day and a night was constantly playing a video on loop. The video was obviously very old, and the picture quality was quite blurred. Bermuda was not like the Federation, which had the support of the glory of the Charter. It did not have the support of the huge database of the central computer. It had to be said that Lin Banshan was extraordinary to find this video from many years ago. Lin Banshan sat in a chair, squinting at the video, motionless. In the video, the respected old senator was just a young man who had just retired from the army. The two people who were talking to him, one was a young fat man, and the other had a delicate face, but gave a strange feeling, as if he was wearing a mask. A file appeared on the light screen. Lin Banshan pinched his tired eyebrows and opened the file. The file was the result of the analysis by a professional lip analysis expert. Lin Banshan looked at the dialogue in the file, and his eyes gradually narrowed. An extremely cold chill appeared in his eyes. Night, Scorpion, Gary Corridor. Lin Banshan murmured and repeated the two nouns, confirming something. He suddenly got up, pushed open the bookcase behind him, walked into the secret room, and said coldly to the confidential secretary, "Connect to the Bureau of Proclamation." The confidential secretary nodded. While operating, he replied, "The synchronization will take 7 minutes." "Don't worry about synchronization," Lin Banshan coldly scolded. Now, whether it was in the Federation's underground society or traveling the universe, this most famous prodigal son of the Federation was always so calm when dealing with his subordinates and partners, especially the people in this room. They had followed him for many years, but it was the first time they saw him so cautious. No one dared to say anything and quickly started their work, connecting to the distant Federation Bureau of Proclamation. The door in the other corner of the secret room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in black walked out, exuding a cold aura. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and he was wiping the blood on his hands with a handkerchief. Before the door closed automatically, a person could be vaguely seen hiding in the chair behind the door. That person was extremely fat, and his hair was white. Looking at his old face, it seemed to be similar to the fat man in the video that Lin Banshan had been paying attention to. However, at this time, this old fat man was covered in blood, and his hands hanging weakly by the chair looked like skinned willow branches. No one knew how many cruel punishments he had suffered. He's confessed. The middle-aged man in black walked to Lin Banshan's side, and an unhealthy blush appeared on his pale face. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke excitedly. This black-clothed, middle-aged man had come to Lin Banshan's side with Zhang Xiaohua. Lin Banshan trusted this partner very much. He knew that his partner's subordinates loved to cruelly extort confessions, but the result of today's extortion made even him feel excited and nervous. Lin Banshan thought of the answer that was about to be revealed, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged man in black lowered his voice and said, faintly, the other person in the video was the Empire's Prince Norton. Even though he was mentally prepared, even though Lin Banshan was probably the first powerful figure in the Federation to suspect Macklin, when he heard this name and confirmed the answer to the riddle he had been painstakingly searching for a long time, his mountain-like body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Prince Norton, the current emperor of the Empire. The information connection with the Bureau of Proclamation had been completed, and all the staff in the secret room had left, including the middle-aged man in black. Lin Banshan stood in front of the light screen and looked at the motionless portrait on the screen. He said in a deep voice, the information is not synchronized. You just need to listen. In the 27th year of the 37th constitutional calendar, Macklin's father died. He received a grant and entered the Faculty of History and Economics of the Capital University. Lin Banshan looked down at the information in his hand and said, the central computer found the grant to Bermuda, so you asked me to come and help you. I don't have evidence to accuse Macklin of anything now, but I can confirm that in the spring of the 27th year of the constitutional calendar, Macklin went to Bermuda, and under the arrangement of the pirate leader, he met a person. That person could be the Empire's Prince Norton, which is the current emperor of the Empire. I don't know why an emperor would take the risk to come to Bermuda, and you should know that Macklin was just a small figure back then. But today, Macklin is a big figure. Lin Banshan lowered his head and said, he has operated in the Federation and the anti-government army for so many years, I'm worried that the coordinates of the 2 space passages in the Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor, the things we want to protect, should still be in his hands. Within the Federation, he can't send these things away. All these years, he hasn't left the Federation even once. Lin Banshan raised his head and looked at the motionless light screen. He said firmly, full of murderous intent, my suggestion is that we don't need evidence. Find Macklin and kill him. I'll remind you one last time. This matter has nothing to do with politics. It only has to do with the Federation, he said with a sullen face, then turned off the light screen and walked out of the office without looking back. Get ready. We'll return to the Federation immediately, Lin Banshan said gloomily. As the top talent of the 7 major families in the Federation, he knew better than anyone the pedantic and dangerous politics of the Federation. He was very worried that Macklin, an enemy with full political wisdom, would use the historical inertia of the upper echelons of the Federation to find a gap that could be exploited. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.